Yeah. Oh, yeah. Welcome to Midnight Metal Episode 8. Oh, are you metal tonight? Yes, I know I am. That's a little Wolfman Jack for you. You people are like, who's Wolfman Jack? Anyway, it is Midnight Metal Episode, Volume, whatever you want to call it, 8 on the Burnettwork. Yeah. You know, I love these shows where I feel I can be myself. Because I'm actually, to be honest, metal is a state of mind. It's a state of mind I've tried to achieve my whole life. And ultimately, I was a new waver. I was a new romantic. I was just not fucking metal. Not fucking metal. But now, in my middle age, I can be. And so can you. You can join me here on a Friday night at midnight Pacific time. And you can be as metal as you fucking want to be. How metal are you? Ask yourself, how metal are you? What have you done this week that was fucking metal? Yes, tell me, I want to know. Let's be a part of each other's metal lives. And I'm talking Tetsuo the Iron Man, Tsukamoto. That was some metal shit. Have you guys seen that movie? Tetsuo the Iron Man. If you haven't, why are you here? One of the most metal movies ever made. Oh my God. Tonight, I have a good guest come on. John Siuntres of the Word Balloon podcast. Now, to be fair, I don't know how metal John is, but I've streamed with him a lot. He's had me on a show many times. He's never been on my show. He's a legend in the Chicago broadcasting arena. I'm going to bring him on in about a half an hour, 12:30. I told him 12:30 he's going to be here. And my God, this guy knows his pop culture, and I'm happy to have him on. But we're going to have to make him metal, I think. And it's up to you. We'll see. He could be as metal as you can be. I don't know. Metal's a state of mind. How metal are you? I don't know. You know what? Midnight Metal might be a regular thing. I think Saturday nights at least with Dave Parker. You know him. You love him, Dave Parker. If you want to see Midnight Metal as a regular show, you need to tell me. I need to know. But I'm going to bring him on tomorrow night. We are going to do Midnight Metal episode 9 tomorrow with Dave Parker. Yeah. And maybe if any of you have good microphones and you guys webcast, you do your own shows, maybe tonight I might drop a link randomly in the live chat. And you can join us here on Midnight Metal. You can be metal too. It worked out well. I had 2 people. Ori came on today. Justin came on today. It was good. I'm telling you, having randos that watch this channel coming on the show, love it. I mean, it's like chat roulette or chatterbait, but it's more metal than that. Anyway, how are you guys? How is it going tonight for you all? Is it good? I'm wearing an old man jacket I've had for many years. Who is here? I don't know who's here. Who is here? It's I don't know. I don't know who's here. Why is anyone here? One never knows. So here we are. It's, can you believe we're almost into May? Like, what is today? April 23rd? My God. We're in we are heading headlong into the 5th month of May. My birthday month. Also tax day, you know. Tax day is decidedly not metal, but it's happening. You know, maybe I should grow my hair longer and be more metal. I cut it. I don't know. Can an old man? I mean, I feel sometimes I'm just a buffoon. Late night on the interwebs. People look at me disdainfully down the tips of their noses. Why is that guy like, I don't know. Maybe that's my own. Maybe I'm projecting. Maybe I'm just having more fun than they are. I don't know. So tonight, to be honest, Once again, cutting down on the drinking. I am drinking Jameson mixed with Pellegrino. And it does look like a sample I just gave my doctor, to be honest. But it's tasty. How metal is that? Pretty good. Zan187 sends in a super sticker, a metal, and it's pounds. That means you're from the U-fucking-K, right? Yes. And you know what? You know what being from the United Kingdom is? It's fucking metal. Forged iron. Excalibur. King Arthur, the Knights of the Round Table. That is some metal shit. So, welcome. Welcome to you, sir. And thank you. Zan, with an X. X-Z-A-N. That is metal. I think so. You know. Chatter Burnett, that's it. Chatter Burnett says, Shawan. You know what? Maybe not as interesting, but what can I say? You know? JMO and Limonata is where it's at. You're right, but I'm trying to lose some weight. Putting on a lot of weight. I'm dropping the pounds, though. You've seen my face. It's all in my face. It's getting thinner. I've lost like 10 pounds. Elizabeth has me doing keto. I mean, I eat a lot of celery and carrots and like just meats, protein, plankton from the sea, if you're a Logan's Run fan. So that's what I'm doing. I have not watched Mortal Kombat. Tell me, what'd you think? Is it metal? I mean, I have to say, I watched both Falcon and Winter Soldier and For All Mankind. And let me tell you, For All Mankind was one of the greatest hours of television I've ever seen. Sure, you have to watch a show. It was incredible. Don Hartzell sends in a super chat and says, peace and love to you, Rob. Loading the gravity bong. What is that like? Do you do it this way? Like, are you going to fill that bong with the dankest of nugs? By the way, is that an onomatopoeia or what? Dank nugs. Sounds like it is, you know. Though you think about the sweaty, sticky dirtiness of it, the dankest of dank nugs. You got to like it. Steve Foley says, Tool Army checking in. By the way, Steve Foley, if you look at his, what do you call it, your Avi, the insert for 45. That's fucking metal, dude. That is fucking metal. 666. Welcome to PGS Hero. Thanks for becoming a hero. By the way, we have a member chat. Hey, man, you can become a member of this channel for $1 a month. You support the channel, be part of the Post-Geek Singularity. By the way, you don't have to. It's nice you support the channel. But we do these chats. We're doing them every other week. We do Zoom chats. Tomorrow we're going to do just a live chat, which I don't like because it kind of lags. It's hard to talk to people, but I'm going to do them anyway because some people, they don't want to be on camera. So for those Echo-based network, you get my Facebook message. I have not looked on Facebook, but let me just tell you about the Echo-based network. The Echo-based network is fucking metal. You know what? Nick and the coach, these are great men. They make documentaries. They do good streams. Echo-based network, if you're not subscribed, drop in a subscription. Go to the Echo-based network. Subscribe because they're fucking metal. You know what's metal, by the way? You might have been seeing this. You know I love Jazz Inc. and I collect 6-scale action figures. Let me show you what was fucking metal. Look at this. Bruh. 1/6 scale. Luke's Land Speeder. Look at this. Jazz Inc. from the Netherlands. Is this not fucking metal? Fuck yeah, it is. And by the way, this is really, really heavy. I finally, thanks to Darren Doctorman, I went back into the box and found the steering wheel. This is some metal fucking shit, just so you know. And it's heavy as fuck, by the way, too. Gotta set it down. Come on, is that fucking metal or what? My friend, my favorite Norwegian says Metallica is not metal. How can you say Metallica is not metal? It kind of is. Come on. I know what's going on with my hair, by the way. What is this? This is not metal hair. This is weird. I mean, I don't know what's going on. Not metal. Not metal. I don't know. At least I guess having hair at my age, middle-aged man with one foot in the grave, That's fucking metal. Austin Hale says, time to start another night of fucking metal. Yeah. You should. You should get metal. Because, and remember, it's a state of mind. I think all of you should define metal for me. What is a metal state of mind? For me, it's not headbanging. You know what metal represents? It represents freedom. A freedom of the soul. If you are metal, that means you're listening to somebody shred a guitar, like Buckethead, man. Buckethead's fucking metal. Like, and he's shredding that guitar, and you cut loose. You feel it in your bones. You're like, God damn, I'm free. Metal is freedom. By God. Let me see if Kiona Tang. What a cool name. Kiona Tang is a fucking metal name. Kiona says, getting metal at 3 a.m. on my birthday. Rock on, Rob. Big fan of your work. And John Siuntres as well. Kiona, I hope I get your name right. Kiona is a fucking metal name. Kiona, where is that Hawaiian? That is a great name, and happy motherfucking metal birthday. Yes. Yes. Kiona Tang. Sending in a super chat. Yes, getting metal. Yes. I want to make sure I didn't miss anyone. I don't know. I did not. Paul Gilmore says, seen Terraformers. It's metal. Is that like the Asylum version of Transformers? I think that sounds metal to me. Kiona Tang, what are you going to do for your birthday? What are you doing for your birthday? Choo, send in a super chat. This is morning metal for me. But you know what? When it's morning metal, it's even more metal because you're supposed to be like, I'm going to have my coffee. I'm listening to the birds chirping outside. But then you might just crank up the music and be like, fuck yeah, it's metal. Yeah! You never know. Anything could be metal. So the real question is, how are you all? Obviously, I'm living in California, in America. Our COVID cases are plummeting. Elizabeth and I went out to dinner. We had date night tonight. We went to El Portal, which is our favorite Mexican restaurant. It was packed with people because we're all vaccinated now. Well, we're kind of vaccinated. I have to get my second Moderna shot. What are you going to do? It's coming. We'll be there. So good. I mean, you know what? It just felt good to be at a restaurant. I mean, we were outside, but it was there was a lot of people there, and the service was bang on. We got Cadillac margaritas in big ones, round ones, giant ones. Margaritas, I mean, in the glass. That's what I'm talking about. The glass, you lift it up like this. It was good. It felt good. Can I say Zan187 says metal is an emotion of the heart and heavy music. By God, that, my friend, is a definition of what metal is. Fuck yeah, it is. It's fucking metal. Yeah. I'm just wondering. I mean, as an old man with one foot in the grave, I'm wondering, when do you go from being an amusing YouTube personality to being just pathetic? And I know it's a thin line. It's a thin line, isn't it? It's a thin line. You never know which side of it you're going to fall on, because it could be not good, but on the other hand, say what you want. I'm having a good fucking time. It's a good time because why wouldn't you know? Thanks to Xevious, he makes things like this, and you look at this and you're like, yes, man, that's it. I love that. Yeah. You captured me, I thought. Pretty good. John says, did you ever watch Metalocalypse? John Schnepp. That was metal. My friend John Schnepp, the late great John Schnepp, who's no longer with us. Yes, he directed episodes of Metalocalypse. John Schnepp was fucking metal. I miss John. You know what? To be honest, to be in all seriousness, I miss John. He got me into YouTube. Him and John Campia and John Schnepp, and I miss John Schnepp all the time. I mean, what was great about John Schnepp is he loved. I've said this a lot, but he loved other people's creativity. Like if somebody made a cool T-shirt or somebody did something he was the first guy to support it. You know, he basked in other people's creativity. He loved that. And I think that's metal. I do. I think that you know what YouTube has done is it's brought a lot of people together, and it's people are sharing their creativity. Like Xevious, who's been on the show, by the way, he's been on Metal. He did this work, and I wouldn't have met him without YouTube. Every time I see this, I feel like when I come back, I have to be like, ah! But it's incredible. It's this whole community. It's worldwide. I mean, it's worldwide. A Midnight's Edge After Dark. Oh, wait. Hey, it's here. Sends in a super chat. Fine line between clever and stupid. That's fucking metal, Tom. Fuck yeah. It's fucking metal, dude. By the way, if anyone's interested, I will be dropping a rando link in the chat. If you think you're man enough or woman enough or person enough or trans enough or gay enough, whatever enough you think you are, I don't care. Because you know what the most metal thing in the world is? Being your goddamn self. Because it's tough sometimes. And I love all you motherfuckers. I don't care what you are. I love you. What I love is if you're honest. That's it. You got to be your true self. If you're hiding, it's like Kirk saying, what am I hiding from? From yourself, Admiral. Don't mince words, Bones. What do you really think? Everybody should be their damn selves. That's what the world is great about now. You can be your best self. Don't hide. Hiding is decidedly unmetal. What is metal? Everybody can be themselves. That's so awesome. And what is more metal than that? Be your fucking self, man. Yeah, fuck yeah. You know what? You're welcome here. You are welcome on this channel. TT Mork? I don't even know. TT Mork, my favorite Norwegian. Andre, you're my second. I've only known this other Norwegian a lot longer than you, and he's a great man. He speaks good English, and he likes my movie. So, he says, I found a Bowie head sculpt, so I'm starting my first custom 6th scale. That is metal. That is fucking metal. By the way, so, you know, you've seen it before. I thought I would have my Freddy Mercury. As you might see behind me, I've got John Lennon. I got Jimi Hendrix. I'm building a 6th scale band, and I'm waiting. I've bought my Freddy Mercury. A company made a head sculpt and clothing. Now you have to supply the body. So with the thanks of Justin Kane from Justin's Collection, I was able to acquire the proper body, and I will show this. This body is actually full of metal. So here it is. It is a nude body, and what I do love about this, and especially it's fucking hilarious. I didn't know this, and I've shown this on the show before, but I'm gonna do it again. So this body, when you get this, this is made like the Freddie Mercury. They had it. So when I got this body, what I didn't know, so you might notice, and you can see, I mean, this is a great. It has no joints or anything. It's a smooth body. This is going to be Freddie Mercury's body when I get him. But what's amazing is this figure, and I didn't know this, comes with members. So, and it comes with the big member, which, you know, I wish blessed with that. But then it, like this, it comes with this, which is something more recognizable to me. I know, what can I say? But also, amazingly enough, and I didn't know this, it also comes with, hang on, let me find it. It has the erect version of the member. You can't really see it, but so I decided that when I get Freddie Mercury, I thought I would have it by today to show you guys, but when I get it, I'm going to stuff the erect member down his pants. So if that isn't metal, I don't know what is. And by the way, even though Freddie Mercury, Queen was not necessarily metal, they're more operatic. How great is it that, you know, what I'm saying? And of course it is super flexible. So I don't know, man. I was hoping to have it because I want to put Freddie Mercury right between John Lennon and Jimi Hendrix singing. I think that would be metal. Yes, it would be. Now, Steve Foley says, metal is Strange Days. You know, a lot of people have been talking about Strange Days. For those of you who don't know, Catherine Bigelow's 1995 sci-fi epic, written by, I think, James Cameron and Jay Cox. I love Strange Days. I mean, it was set in Y2K. Future Shock, I can't believe it's 26 years old. I do own the German Blu-ray of it. It has a great soundtrack. It's a lot of techno. It's pretty great. Underscore Megas send in a super chat. Well, thank you. E underscore Megas. Thank you for that. Kiona Tang, gonna chill for my birthday, listen to some metal, play some games, record a podcast with my buddies later. You know how it goes. And Rob, yep, my name is Hawaiian. Well, Halle Bra. I'm a Halle Bra from the North Shore, bra. Hang Loose, Crazy Shirt. What island? Or you're not on the islands. I love Hawaii. And Kiona Tang, what a great name. Happy birthday to you. I hope your next twirl around the sun is your best yet. And you know what? What a great... Gonna chill for my birthday, listen to some metal, play some games, record a podcast with my buddies. You know how it goes? That sounds like it goes easy. The way it goes on the islands. I'm telling you, that is good. Now, because it makes me think, whenever I think Hawaii now, I think Forgetting Sarah Marshall. I love that movie. To go to Hawaii, it's a good film. So, cheers to that. So if you guys watch For All Mankind, you watch For All Mankind, it's on Apple Plus. There's season ender of season 2. One of the greatest hours of TV I've ever seen. Of course, you have to watch the show, and it is a slow burn. And it was all character development. A lot of my friends who love the first season are like, I don't like this. It's all soap operas. It's all character development. Look, man, you had to set up. You had to do the groundwork to get the payoff that the 10th episode delivered, man. It was great. It was a fantastic episode of television. I loved it so very much. I loved it. Mr. Tickletrunk, I've seen a lot of you today, sir. Mr. Tickletrunk says, my insomnia thanks yours, and you are metal. Well, Mr. Tickletrunk, so are you, and I thank you for your support. Swack Props says, that Vampiro guy from 000 is fucking metal. He'd make a great Terminator or Ding Chavez. If you haven't seen 000, perhaps one of the great villains of all time, amazing. Now, I was on another stream earlier today singing the praises of Swack Props, explaining that one of the great things about being an imagination connoisseur and finding people like Swack Props, like he was a guy, didn't know Swack Props. He came into my channel, talked a lot. We seemed like we were birds of a feather. One day, I used this newfangled contraption called Google, which is fucking metal. Big tech, maybe not so metal, but it's kind of metal. So I punched in Swack Props. Like, what does that mean? What is Swack? I mean, South. You know, where are you from? Malaysia. I didn't know anything about that. So I go on to Swack Props' Etsy store. And I find out Swack Props makes, as a business, he makes paper products from films. He makes prop replicas, like meaning books, maps, and you know, you think, yeah, okay. Oh, I used to work in the art department. My first job was on Texas Chainsaw Massacre 3. And I don't mean this to be a commercial for Swack Props Etsy store, but I was earlier today showing people, and I got some oohs and fucking ahs. So Cal, that's his name, Swack Props, sent me, sometimes he just sends me shit. I don't even know what's coming. So I get this, and by the way, this envelope of goodness is never far from my side. I don't like to be without it because it's so full of awesomeness. So let me show you. Now, I was explaining how in the YouTube space, being on YouTube, you get to meet people you wouldn't normally meet. Like, you know, I don't know. So I go and do some research into Swack Props, and it turns out he makes a prop replica of the 9 gates of the kingdom of heaven. I know some of you are going, what? Well, that's the book that Johnny Depp is in possession of for Boris Balkan. in the movie Roman Polanski's film, The Ninth Gate, a film I particularly love. I thought I was in a minority of one who loved this movie. Not only does Cal Swag Props love this, he makes a prop replica, and you can buy various iterations of it. If you've seen the movie, there's different. So anyway, the man is a genius. Now, and again, I'm not advertising. He's not paying me to do this. I'm doing this because the guy is fucking a magician. He's a magician. And if you want to get... Hang on, I got to find where the... where did I put it? Where did it fall? Because it really... You have to have the full effect. Where did it go? Oh, here it is. I found it. It's on the side. Okay, so... Now, you might think, how cool can he be? All right. Let me show you how cool Swag Props is. Look at this. This feels like ancient parchment. This is a map to the Misty Mountains. Look at this. I've worked, like I said, art departments. This is one of, it's weathered. It looks genuine. You can't get better props than this. And you might look at this. I mean, if this is exact, you might think, well, that's pretty cool. Like, what would I do with this? Well, you could buy it and give it to your Lord of the Rings or Hobbit fan and have it nicely framed and put it up. And you might think that's the end of it, right? Now, let me just tell you, this is heavy gauge paper. But this is not what makes it metal. This is pretty fucking metal. You know what makes it real metal? This is a black light pen. Watch this. The fucking runes. Look at this. They're on this goddamn map. This is how good my man Cal from the South Island of Malaysia is. If this isn't fucking metal, I've never seen anything like this. The quality, Jesus Christ. Go to his Etsy store. This guy's a madman. I've never met him. I mean, we've met over online, but let me just tell you. I mean, this is the kind of shit I love. And when he sent me the map, he sent me this, and at first, I didn't know what this was. I was like, this map's great. It took me a while to figure out, like, I had this probably for a couple of days or something. I'm like, wait a minute. I have to tell you, it delighted me to no end. It really did. So, Cal, here's to you, buddy. You know what? I'm going to raise my glass to Swag Props and Cal because he's a fucking genius, and Cal is fucking metal. He's fucking metal. And go, if you are a fan of like Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade, go buy his Grail Diary. It's fucking amazing. Anyway, Swag, I don't mean to oversell you, but here's to you, buddy. Steve Foley sends in a super chat and says, hey, Rob, am I the only one thinking that For All Mankind is a prequel to Star Trek? Bro, have you not been watching my channel? Of course it is. And by the way, everybody who works on Star Trek should be goddamn ashamed of themselves when they watch For All Mankind. Of course, it's Ron Moore and his compatriots. Yes, For All Mankind is the Star Trek we deserve. I cannot tell you how great the 10th episode of the second season was. The season finale, not only was it one of the best hours, it was fucking metal as fuck, too. Not only was it one of the greatest hours of television I've ever seen, but then they gave us a final shot that took my breath away. I mean, it was, you know what? It was a single shot tailor-made for imagination connoisseurs around the world. Par excellence. Steve, For All Mankind is the Star Trek prequel that we should have always had. It's so good. And I understand they reference Star Trek a lot, so people are like, well, Rob, I always say in my mind that it's the Star Trek prequel that is real, that it should exist, but it really is. I know I know it's not really canonical Star Trek, but in my mind, it is. Everyone's always like, well, the real world is not like Star Trek. No, Star Trek is a period piece about an alternate history. And if you follow that down, the alternate history of the Star Trek universe is For All Mankind. And I will bet you, I'm sure Ron Moore must have said this, that I wanted to do a prequel for the Star Trek universe we know about. It totally is that. Mr. Tickletrunk says, Aliens is so metal. Putting your face into an alien egg sack isn't. It's stupid. But ending an alien brood queen with a power loader, that is fucking metal. Yes, it is, goddammit. It's fucking metal. It is. By the way, I have that hot toy. They're going to reissue it, but I have the original hot toy of Ripley. It's great. Chew became an imagination connoisseur. Became a member of the channel. Thank you, Chew. I appreciate that. Dave Parker is in the chat. Dave Parker is going to be a regular on this show, which means I have to start paying him to be on it. Because you know who's fucking metal? Who's more metal than me? Fucking Dave fucking Parker is goddamn metal. He's in the chat right now. Say hello to Dave. He's a fixture on the show. Midnight Metal is going to become a regular show every Saturday night. Join Dave Parker and I and get your fucking metal on. Yeah, that's right. I mean, I'm more new wave and new romantic and alternative, but Dave Parker is fucking metal. And you know what? We're going to start trying to get some metal guests, and which will be great. John Siuntres is going to join us soon, and that'll be fun. Dave Parker says, hey, tomorrow I want to cross the streams tomorrow and know what things in Star Trek are metal to all of you. The Borg are metal, Dave. Alice Krieger is metal. Listen to Dave trying to appeal to me. Dave Parker's fucking metal. Yeah, he is. Yeah, RoboQ man. Fuck yeah, he is. Dave is. Look, Dave. I love the fact that Dave is metal. Dave, and by the way, Dave doesn't age. Dave is a very handsome man. He's been a handsome man for 25 fucking years. He doesn't age. As a matter of fact, I dare say he looks younger now than he did before. So yeah, I'm telling you. Fuck yeah. Heck yeah. So I ask you all. Mike Coonrad says fucking Slayer is metal. Well, water's wet too, but fucking Slayer is metal. Wow, Dave Parker is metal. Ash Chowan says the three things that make Midnight Metal metal is 1, Drunk Rob, 2, Dave Parker, 3, talking off the cuff. Fuck yeah. Echo Base Network says, R&B, I am literally metal. Are you literally metal? Does that mean... Oh, wait, John Siuntres is here. Oh, yeah. I'm going to... Oh, drop... Where are you, John? I'm hearing you on... I can't see you, John. I hear myself. Oh. John's in. He's in, and he's he can't hear me. John can't hear me at all. John Siuntres can hear me now, though. I'm gonna add John to our chat. Are you ready, John? Are you ready to get fucking metal, dude? Are you fucking metal? Are you ready? Are you ready? Come on, dude. You gotta be fucking metal, John. All right. I'm gonna bring him in, John from the Word Balloon Podcast. And you're gonna have. I think John's gonna need your prodding to get more metal. But come on, John. No. You don't have to dance. No one dances here. Only people do what they want to do. I would never say, dance, monkey, dance. All right, John. I have never had John on my show before. Please. I want all of you to put your hands together and clap for John Siuntres all the way from Chi-Town, where the Green Mill is, where fucking James Caan fucking had a bar in Thief. John, welcome to Midnight fucking Metal, John. Are you fucking metal? Are you metal?
Fucking metal. Absolutely, yes.
Goddamn, yes, you are.
You mentioned
everyone from Chicago's fucking metal.
I gotta mention when you say thief and everything, very brief cameo in that movie. William Peterson plays the bouncer.
Yes, he does. William Peterson, before he starred in Red Dragon, he was in that movie, and one of my favorite films. I mean, when I think Chicago, I think Thief, which just celebrated its 40th anniversary.
Isn't that crazy? And I heard you the other day waxing poetic about not a metal band, but a great band, Tangerine Dream, of course, doing the soundtrack.
The first band to play the east of the Iron Curtain. You know, so John, many people might not know who the fuck you are.
It's
but
true.
I know who the fuck you are. So what I want you to do, give us the fucking short metal take. Who are you, John Siuntres, and why are you fucking here? And tell me, why are you goddamn metal?
I feel like such a tweed jacket at a metal bar.
Fuck,
right
dude,
now.
no! You're not someone's old dad. Oh, no, you're
right.
fucking metal, John.
All right,
no.
good, exactly.
No,
Except
let's,
we're new wave, but anyway, I'm the host of...
To be serious, I mean, everyone, John's a very serious guy, and to be honest, he has a great pop culture podcast, but we have to play a part here, and I'm very honored to have John. He's had me on his podcast for years. I've never had him on mine, so for me, this is a great honor, sir, to have you, and I don't want to make light of it, but that said, fuck, man, why are you fucking metal? Tell us! Get fucking metal! Come on, dude! John, bring it out! Come on!
For 15 years, I've been covering pop culture and comic books on my Word Balloon podcast, and it's great. And I have interviews. I've had Rob on many times, and we've waxed poetic about what's right about Star Trek, and certainly in the last few years, what's wrong about Star Trek. But
oh my God.
Beyond that...
Man, sometimes I have to tell you, I was at some of my lowest times, and you'd have me on your show, and I'd be like, I could just lay into Star Trek, and I felt better. It was like the John Siuntres therapy 3 hours. It's fantastic. It's
kind of true, and Rob and I think, despite being so far away from each other growing up, we had the same tastes. We love The Prisoner. We love goddamn For All Mankind. I'm so glad we caught up.
Bruh, did you watch this finale?
I gotta let you down. I'm still one behind,
dude.
But it sounds great,
dude. Let me just say, if you're taking heart medication, take it, because I thought I was gonna fucking die. It was amazing.
Yeah. Well, I fell asleep. This is not metal, but I fell asleep during episode 9, and when I woke up, I saw a bit of 10. The effects look amazing, and they went there as far as where the story goes. I completely agree with you. It absolutely should be pre-Star Trek history, and it absolutely are the first steps that could very well lead to Starfleet and Earth being one and everything they're trying to do. And it's Ron Moore at his best, man. I love this show.
It's fucking great. Now, were you a Battlestar Galactica fan?
Fuck yeah.
Fuck that dude's fucking metal.
Hey, I'm trying.
The Galactic is metal, the Pegasus is metal, the base stars are metal. Fuck yeah!
The Vipers, everything, absolutely.
Vipers are metal.
God damn. Seriously, really, I even loved when Richard Hatch made that teaser, hoping to get, a development deal. And so, no, I was waiting and read all the books that came out, those Del Rey books, I think, the Galactic books that he wrote subsequently and everything, and adding to the story. So I was ready. And I'll be honest, the mini-series, I'm like, I don't know. But goddamn, that first episode, 33 seconds, where they have to jump every 33 seconds to stay out of the
33 minutes.
It's like metal. I mean, great fucking
dude. Show. By the way, you know what's metal? Midnight's Edge. I don't know if that's Tom. I think it's Andre. Now, you might have been watching when my friend Terje, the first Norwegian I really knew, who, by the way, is so fucking metal, he came and visited me in London when we went and saw Skyfall in 2012. But Andre from Midnight's Edge is the most fucking metal dude ever. You know why? Because nobody knows Conan the Barbarian like Andre does. And his channel's called Midnight's Edge. What's more metal than that?
I love Midnight's Edge. Thank you for alerting me to that great channel. Go on.
He says, Midnight Metal is metal. Have some metal Viking money. Fuck yeah, dude. Andre, fuck yeah! You're fucking metal!
Absolutely.
And yet, he's also a very erudite man. So I feel like on this show I play a part, not quite Doomcock level, but there is an element of showmanship that goes on here that a lot of people, I'm sure friends of mine, look at me and go, boy, Rob, you're a little pathetic.
What the hell happened to you?
I don't know. What can I do? But thank you, Andre, or Tom, or Rob, but I think it was probably Andre.
Whomever.
Thank you so much.
I watch many of your videos, boys. It's great programming. I love it.
You know what? Okay, can I just say, I don't know if I can say this. I don't even know if they've introduced it. I was privileged to see the new one of my favorite things on YouTube is the Midnight's Edge logo.
Yeah,
I love
great
it.
opening.
I love it.
Christ.
I love it so much. I've always loved it. I've loved it from the beginning. Even before I knew anybody, they've let me stream with them. I don't know why. They've like adopted me like a son. The Midnight's Edge guys and girl, I love those people. I love them. I love their videos. I love the dulcet tones of Rob's voice when he narrates. Or what's really interesting is if Andre narrates a Midnight's Edge video, then you know it's like, oh, this is going to be some erudite shit you have to listen to. It's not it's not a news piece or anything. It's an op-ed piece, or it's something that I need to hear. But
Andre brings gravitas to
Andre's gravitas. That's it. And I love their videos, but I was privileged to see their new opening, and they have a new like techno bruh. I was like, this shit is. You know what their new? You know what Midnight's Edge's new opening is? It's fucking metal as fuck. It's fucking great. I hope that I don't know when it's going to be introduced, but it's pretty great.
Very, very putty Seinfeld, the Devils, when you get metal, Rob. I like that.
You know, I know, right? I think it's more like a crazy person. But let me ask you something. Let's.
Sure.
The craziness is what one of the things I was excited to have you on the channel about, because I did want to talk about the comics industry, the state of the comics industry now.
Sure.
And I think it is decidedly not metal. And I'm a huge fan. Like, you know, I've streamed with like I've known Ross Ritchie for a long time. I love Boom Studios. No one loved comics. Of all the people I've met my entire life, the person who loved the comic book medium the most, and I'm not talking, artists love it and all that, but I mean, in terms of being a fan, was Ross Ritchie. And I knew him a long, long time ago, 30 years ago, almost 28 years ago. The fact that he founded a comics company is, to me, one of the great success stories. In terms of people I know, I respect the hell out of him, and he's producing movies and everything he's done. Total self-made man. He's a total fan turned professional, and he always had a professional air about him. And you know, I look at what goes on in like there's a lot of craziness going on in comic books. But let me ask you this: overall, how do you feel about the health of the comic book industry today?
Well, I'm going to disappoint you because, honestly, I think despite all the shitstorm that we are in the eye of, I do think creatively a lot of amazing things are happening. The medium will survive.
Well, you're not disappointing me. I think this is great to hear. I mean, I don't like to be a doomsayer. I love comic books. I mean,
I know.
But to hear, you're the one person, you are on the to me, you're on the cutting edge of the comic industry. Nobody knows more, and nobody talks to people more. You know more about the current state of comic books than anybody I can possibly imagine.
Well, you know, I think Gary Nerdrotic is a great person to listen to on the other side of the argument, and not even argument, discussion, because I really like watching Gary.
I love Gary. I wish I mean again, someone I got to meet and have streamed with. I feel so privileged over I feel like people like COVID sucked. I'm like, not for me. I got to meet so many great people that I've been streaming with. Gary being one of them. I didn't know I met
is hilarious.
And at midnight, the guys on Midnight's Edge. When I say they've adopted me, I mean that. I mean, Tom, Rob, Andre, they have been, I can't imagine better friends. And they've been so nice to me and so supportive. But then I was already fans of theirs before I knew them. Like every time Midnight's Edge had a video, I'm like, oh, I'm going to watch this new video because the production value they put into it, and to know these guys, I love them. I love these guys. But that's how I met Az, you know, and I've been streaming with them. And like you were one of the first people I met even before, I think we might have even talked before I was on Collider Heroes. I don't know, but around there.
2015, Rob. It was at San Diego Comic-Con.
Okay, so it was right after I started working on. I went on YouTube April 14th, 2015.
I know. Happy anniversary. That's fantastic. My 15th or my 16th anniversary will be May 10th, doing my podcast audio.
So listen, I've now derailed it and made it about me. I don't want to do that. I want to go back to you. No, man, I'm an egomaniac. Fuck me. That's not metal to cut people off. I want you to finish. Tell me about your waxing rhapsodic about the great state of the comic book industry.
Well, I mean, from a creative standpoint, because certainly God only knows what's going to happen with DC as a publisher. They will survive. The comics will survive. They'll, at the very least, license them to maybe an IDW, maybe a Dark Horse, maybe an independent group of people. I've heard all the same rumors that everyone else has.
Do you really think DC's really going to license out their, end their run? Wow.
Well, I just think it's a distinct possibility. I mean, all the telltale signs are there, Rob. They're getting AT&T since acquiring Time Warner. All they've done is divest all the publications.
I know.
All the publishers. Random House. I mean, big names, Simon and Schuster. All these big hard publishers and stuff.
Why do you think they've done that?
I think they're interested in the lowest common denominator of consumers, and they want to be a video media company. Period. I mean, and that's fine. I mean, obviously, goddamn, didn't you think a couple of years ago that we had saturated the streamer market and we were going to start seeing less streamers as far as networks? I did. Okay, I guess you saw it differently, and that's great.
No, I'm with you. I'm like,
okay.
The world has changed. Today, the news that Warner Brothers itself is not going to make physical media. They're going to farm it out with their deal and Warner Brothers was one of the most robust home video companies, Warner Home Video. They were around. They were the first studio that was there in the VHS days. They predated Universal. They predated Fox. They predated Columbia at the time. It was Columbia. They were the first. And although I have to say that MCA did predate Warner Brothers in the Laserdisc market because MCA Discovision was Laserdisc. So Universal was there first, but not in the VHS medium.
Okay.
And when they're talking about, other people are going to handle our work. I'm like, you're still making, the home video business is still billions of dollars a year. Are you really going to pull out? And if you are, can I give you 4 titles to make first before you leave? Like maybe Ken Russell's The Devils, please, uncut. Can I have that? You put it out on VHS, motherfuckers. You're not being metal. Give me Ken Russell's The Goddamn Devils. But before you divest, that's what I want. Like, what the fuck? What's wrong with that?
I hear you. So anyway, yeah, I mean, that's all I know is Warner, or rather AT&T, recognizes the value of their DC intellectual properties. Do they want to invest in their own company as far as keeping a comic book publisher going? And I mean, it's ridiculous because it really is pennies compared to the dollars to invest in television and film production.
But it's an IP incubator. I mean, if you look at what one of the things that, like, I'm a huge fan of the MCU, and I love what Kevin Feige, Victoria Alonso, and Louis Esposito are doing. Yep. And what are they doing? They're looking at their comic books. Go figure. They're looking at their comic books and they're going, all of these great stories have been told over the last, decades. Let's pick, and when they do something like Age of Ultron, they might not adapt and rightfully so, they don't adapt the actual Age of Ultron storyline, but they take the inspiration.
They just did it with Falcon and Winter Soldier, obviously.
I mean, from the Truth miniseries in 2003.
What a great idea.
I mean, and everyone's like, wow, they're so woke. I'm like, no, man. They're looking into their own history, and they're adapting. They're taking, it's a melange of all this stuff they've already done.
Absolutely.
It's so good. And everyone's like, people always, they look at me like, Rob, why do you love it so much? I'm like, look, because it doesn't have to be perfect. But what they're doing is they're taking their source medium, the comic books, and they're respecting them by going back to those creators and adapting. Now, I will say what is not metal is Ed Brubaker. We had the storyline. I'm like, you know what? If you are going to go adapt, if you're going to make a movie called Captain America and the Winter Soldier, I understand a creator's work for hire, but it's like, you know what? Under that umbrella, Ed Brubaker comes in and takes the character of Bucky, he creates this whole thing that they make a movie that makes a fucking $1 billion. You know what? It's Ed. Here's $1 million check. Here it is. $1 million. And you know what? Put in the opening credits, Winter Soldier, based on the storyline created by Ed Brubaker. This is what they should do.
I agree.
And you know what? It is decidedly not fucking metal that they don't. It's not metal. It is not. And I love the Marvel Cinematic Universe, but by God, my omnibus says Captain America, the Winter Soldier by Ed Brubaker.
Yep.
It's his, and I understand he's work for hire. Fuck all that. It's like, guys, you people, I understand you put Jim Starlin in Endgame. That's great. He created Thanos. But you know what? Write that motherfucker $1 million check. Give Jim Starlin, look, whether it's Dreadstar, whether it's whatever he did for DC, Jim Starlin, he needs, make it, you know what? Stephen King used to have like these dollar babies. If you want to adapt just pay me $1. Marvel should have, here's your $1 million check. Here, creators, here's $1 million. If I'm going to make a movie called Captain America, Winter Soldier, it's based on not just it's based on your Ed Brubaker, your fucking storyline, and your characters. I know it was work for hire. Fuck all that. You got to do what's right. Pay him $1 million, and every one of these people deserves make it fucking rain for the creators that you're basing your shit on. And that, my friends, is fucking metal. Because it is not fucking metal that they make the Winter Soldier and then a Winter Soldier TV show and call it the Winter Soldier. There was no Winter Soldier until Ed Brubaker created it. He created it. And you know what? The artist, I forget, was it Steve Epting?
It was Steve Epting. Very good.
Okay, so then Steve Epting gets a fucking $1 million too. And you know what? That's a chump change, and you've protected yourself. And then you get Ed Brubaker not going, I don't even want to watch this show. Fucking get these guys, pay them what they're worth. They've created your shit, and you're making hundreds of millions of dollars. These gentlemen and ladies deserve. They deserve the money. Give them fucking money. Don't sit there and hide behind work for hire bullshit. I mean, dude, it's not. And look, even I say on my show, it ain't show fucking friends. It's show business. You don't get what you deserve. You get what you negotiate. Well, you know what? These motherfuckers never thought that you were going to make a fucking movie that made $1 billion on your shit when they signed their work for hire contracts. It did not exist. So don't stand behind that excuse, you fuckheads.
Well, and also the suits that are in charge now weren't the suits in a lot of cases that cut the deals with even creators going further back. The only guy that got paid a little, thank God, was Len Wein right before he passed away. And that's because Hugh Jackman is on a stage at the premiere saying, I wouldn't be up here if it wasn't for that man down there. And again, you're right. But Rob, make it even easier. Back in the Christopher Nolan Batman days, and I know this from interviewing the various creators that had little pieces of what they made in all three of those movies. It's like Jeff Loeb, and I don't even remember the amount of money it was, but I think it was like a 5-figure check. And it's like, oh, yeah, they used my Batcave and my Batmobile. And then Neil Adams, oh, yeah, I got money too for X. And that's the way to do it. All those end credit creators that they mention at the end of the shows and the movies start writing checks. And yeah, it'd be great for $1 million. I think a lot of them would be happy even with a 6-figure thing. And again, when you're making $1 billion, there certainly should be enough money in the kitty. You're right. They don't need to do it, but they should do it.
The thing is, you know what, though? There is
real fast. I just want to say the point is everybody goes to Marvel and DC, and it used to be the pinnacle. Now they go to Marvel and DC, they make their name, and they make their own stuff. This might be another incentive to keep creators a little bit around longer. if you give them money when these things happen.
Bruh,
Now,
I totally agree. And and look, I get it. I'm not angry. Like, I don't sit there and go, I'm not one of these, I'm not going to go burn like the city down over the rights. But to me, it seems like just good business.
Right.
And like in our day and age, like nobody ever like, I can't believe. But look, you're making a movie that is like with Captain America, the Winter Soldier, is literally based on one writer and one artist's vision.
If I may, because I think the Falcon story, Rick Remender wrote that very good story about Falcon taking over the Cap.
Yep.
And further, the John Walker story back in the 80s with Mark Gruenwald.
Yeah, Gruenwald. Yeah, you're absolutely right. But I'm just talking about the movie, like the Winter Soldier movie, the premise of it.
Oh, absolutely. Yes.
But you're right. Like the Falcon and the Winter Soldier is the culmination of many storylines. And John Walker, like you astutely pointed out, and that Mark Gruenwald run in Captain America is fucking great. It's great. It's a great run. And Rick Remender, also Falcon, like people like, I'm like, and what's so funny is I've been getting a lot of pushback because I really liked the Falcon and Winter Soldier series. It's not perfect, but I really liked it. And I'm like, all of this stuff, they took it from the comic books. Like, it's not like the god-awful, horrible show that Star Trek has become. You might not love it, but it's all being taken. They're looking at the comic books. There's such respect. They fucking know. Do you know what? Do you know that I think that the entire Marvel Cinematic Universe and the way it's gone about, and John, it's fucking metal. And you might not love it, but I have to say that they do pay respect to their source material. They're looking into it. Unlike Star Wars that has comic books and it has, I mean, between the Thrawn trilogy and between the Dark Empire, it's like, why would you, if you're going to do a sequel to you've got the prequel trilogy, you got Star Wars, why do you not look into, you have 30 years almost of great stories, novelists, comic book artists, comic book writers. You've got all this great, it's already been done. It's there. We've played video games, whether it's Prince Shizor and Shadows of the Empire, whatever. And you'd think, like, okay, they exist and we own them. Why don't we go in and look? Like, everyone loves Knights of the Old Republic. Like, it's all there. Like, Jason Solo and whatever. Talk about Mara Jade marrying Luke Skywalker. There's all this great shit. It's already there. It's been written. They've drawn it. It's there. So if Disney buys it, I don't understand. I just don't understand. Like, hey man, if Amazon wants to do a Jack Ryan show, they'll like look at Tom Clancy's. We've got Without Remorse, the first John Clark novel that was adapted by Paramount that's going to be on Amazon on April 30th or whatever. Why, when you have Star Wars and you have all these people that have written all these great stories and all these great comics, why do you hire J.J. Abrams, who, by the way, don't know him, but not a fan of his science fiction work? And why do you have him when you already have all these stories that are already done for you?
Well, you know stories. You do know the answer.
I know.
They disregard the licensed writers that, honestly, Rob, when you and I were little kids and some of these comic publishers had the licenses for the TV shows, we got shit stories. We got, I mean, even as much as I love the craziness of the Gold Key Star Trek comics, they didn't know the artists didn't know what the hell they were drawing.
No. They hadn't seen the show.
Right.
But I wouldn't hold that up as a great licensed property. I would go to Dark Horse. Dark Horse. Dark Horse did the first Alien versus Predator comic.
Absolutely.
That comic fucking talk about fucking a metal comic. That
it was metal. Yes.
So good. It's a great comic. Why not go adapt that shit?
Well, that's what I mean. For 30 years, we've gotten great adaptations, and they grew up finally. And goddamn, I'll say this as a Star Trek fan: if you're not, IDW kills it with all of their Star Trek stuff, but in particular, there's a great story that my buddy Dave Baker did that I think already wrapped up, but it was a Voyager story, and it was so good, I felt like I was watching a good episode of Voyager.
Okay, I gotta say, as a longtime Star Trek comic collector, IDW has crushed it with the Star Trek license. The Tipton brothers.
Yes.
I mean,
J.K. Woodward, the artist.
J.M. DeMatteis. How do you pronounce his last name?
DeMatteis, yeah.
DeMatteis.
That is DeMatteis.
His con story fucking ruled. What John Byrne did. Look, I love my DC run of Star Trek.
Sure.
But IDW has killed it with the Star Trek license. Killed it. And John, would you say that the IDW run of Star Trek is fucking metal?
It's fucking metal. Absolutely.
Metal. That's right. Look, you can't say fucking metal enough on the show, goddammit!
Yes, it's fucking metal. Absolutely.
Fuck yeah, come on, dude.
You're absolutely right.
Come on. It's late night.
No, you're right. But that's the thing, man. No, you're right. But again, unfortunately, the studios, it's getting better. And I would say that the great thing about the Marvel Cinematic Universe is, like you said, they take the best elements of those stories, they turn them into something new. So that way, even though you and I are the comic book guys, well, of course, they did this story in the 80s. I knew this story. No, we don't know this story because they're twisting it to make it something new, which is the best thing to do. Even the Invincible cartoon on Amazon is such a delight. And it's enough of the comic book, but it also has new shit in it.
Well, they have to do it. By the way, Comic Quirks with Jimmy sends in a super. He says, if there was 50 characters in Endgame, and Disney gave $1 million to each creator, then Endgame still made $2.65 billion, and not the full $2.7 billion.
Right.
Well, Comic Quirks, you are correct, sir, and. I like I always say, you don't get what you deserve, you get what you negotiate. But what I cannot stand, what I really hate, is these people know. It's like, why not just Kaz Graphics? Kaz Graphics, the official cheesemonger. By the way, this channel has an official cheesemonger. Kaz Graphics, who lives in the PNW, Seattle, my hometown, sends in a sticker and says, thanks for being you.
Isn't that beautiful?
Kaz Graphic is great. Thank you, Kaz. I appreciate that. But, I mean, I don't understand. Like, these people have done the creative groundwork. If they were brought into your writer's room, they would be paid WGA wages or whatever. And I just, you know, I'm sure Jim Starlin's like, oh, my God, I got to be in a therapy scene in Endgame with Chris Evans. I'm like, bruh, you fucking created the Lord High Papal in fucking Dreadstar. You created Thanos. Like, give me a fucking break. They're making $3 billion off of you. You deserve $1 million check. Here you go.
You're absolutely right.
I mean, come on, for real?
The good news is today's media executives that get it, like the Kevin Feige's in the world, and there are more than, and Ross Ritchie's and others like that.
Yeah.
Now Jim Starlin, because of what's happened with Endgame, can knock on any door and at least probably get a meeting to sit down and, hey, I've got an idea. You might have heard of me. I created Thanos. I say that to Dave Gibbons all the time and Dave is very cards close to the vest when it comes to Watchmen and the ownership of Watchmen, the exploitation in the best and worst ways that HBO and DC have done with Watchmen. That said, I'm like, Dave, you have to admit that this does open doors for you, and people listen when you call and say, hey, I've got an idea. I'm Dave Gibbons.
Yeah, no, totally. By the way, Steve Foley sends in a super chat and says, Alex Kriega is metal. Yeah, 'cause she's a fucking Borg queen. You're right.
Oh, God, yes. Man, I saw her on Chariots of Fire, and I had forgotten that she was in it. And it's like, oh my God, I forgot the Borg Queen was in Chariots.
She's in Ghost Story. I mean, the Peter Straub adaptation. Mr. Tickletrunk sends in a super chat and says, I love that every one of your harebrained schemes turns into a new show. What can I say? What can I say? I mean, that's it's this the Burnettwork is free-form creativity. My friend TTO Mork, it's my favorite Norwegian. Andre is my second favorite Norwegian. I'm sorry, Andre, if you're watching.
Wow.
I can't. I mean, I've known him. We had time in London together. He has he has a beautiful ex-wife, but a beautiful mother of his kid. Spectre is pure poop. Worst Bond movie ever, dude.
Oh,
no, it's not the worst Bond movie ever, but it's close. It's not.
What is the worst Bond movie ever, Rob Burnett?
Okay. My worst Bond movies are View to a Kill.
Yes.
License to Kill.
Sort of, yeah.
Diamonds Are Forever. And Man with the Golden Gun.
That's funny. Now, Man with the Golden Gun, just because it's Christopher Lee, I'll cut it slack.
I know, but
Phuket, I mean, and Diamonds, it's Sean's last ride before Never Say Never Again.
I know, but dude, it's just tough to watch.
I'm hip, but I do agree with you with View to a Kill and what was the other one? I can't remember now, but I was like, yeah, I agree. License to Kill.
Yeah. Which, by the way, and I love Dalton as Bond. I love Living Daylights. But License to Kill is like a cheap ass, and it wasn't just cheap ass because it was shot in Mexico. Most of it was shot in Mexico. I'm like, they don't go anywhere. It was like a Miami Vice episode, and then you have Wayne Newton, and the big action scene is a 18-wheeler chase. Like,
no,
really?
and Felix goes out like a bitch, and it's like that's not fair, man.
Terrible.
That's not fair. David Edison, man, metal. The best
captain of the goddamn Seaview. You don't do that to him. And he was Felix Leiter in fucking Live and Let Die. Don't do that shit to. No, not cool. And you know what else?
Felix, absolutely, man.
I didn't like Michael Kamen's score. Didn't dig it. And I will say this: Talisa Soto and Carrie Lowell, like that is some delight right there. There's some delightful Bond women in the.
And Benicio being a little henchman, it's always nice to see that happen. Yeah. And Anthony Zerba of back to Star Trek with,
or back to the Omega Man.
Well,
I mean, he was the Omega Man. He was the evil. Dude,
I always say, as far as the 70s, the disregarded 70s genre heroes that we absolutely should pay tribute to are Heston, Michael York, and Richard Chamberlain.
Fuck. Yes.
I know what I'm talking to.
Oh, man. You know what? By the way, can I just say one of my favorite things ever in life is Shogun?
Fuck yeah.
Dude.
Fucking metal. Hardcore.
Dude, Shogun. Hardcore. That's why. Look at this. You can't even. Wait. Let me just go go wide. Let me just point out to the people at home. Look at this. I got the Seven Samurai. I got Nathan Algren from fucking Last Samurai. I got Yojimbo right here, and I just got, and is all metal. I've got Maximus Decimus Meridius. I am all about my samurai. Just so you know.
There you go.
I'm not a poser.
Well, and really, I liked Last Samurai, but Shogun is so much infinitely better. And isn't that amazing? It was, 10 or 20 years earlier. Oh my God, what a show! What a mini series.
You know what? Okay. So for those of you who don't know. Shogun was a TV miniseries that came out in 1980 based on James Clavell's novel.
Years ago.
And it stars people like John Rhys-Davies, who played Gimli and also Sala in the Indiana Jones films. And it's John Blackthorne, played by Richard Chamberlain, is on a boat and he washes up on Japanese shores. And what's great about it is it's almost like a Star Trek episode, where you have John Blackthorne's captain of the Enterprise. He washes up on the shore of an alien world, and the aliens don't speak his language. They have brutal justice, and he has to figure out what's going on. And you, as the viewer, they don't subtitle it. So you never know what the fuck the Japanese people are saying. And as soon as he washes up on shore, some dude gets his head cut off. Like, whoosh. I mean, it's amazing. When I was a kid, I think I was 13 when it aired, maybe 12.
Okay.
It was one of the most, I already loved Star Trek and Twilight Zone. It was probably one of the most influential things I ever saw, because it was played like a First Contact story. And I've been reading science fiction novels from the Sci-Fi Book Club, and it was so well done for TV, especially. And Marie Charest did the score. Dun 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 dun. whoosh. I love
I've
it.
seen it on YouTube. I've seen people post the episodes on YouTube, and obviously, if there is a licensed
Oh, there's a
DVD, I would
great
absolutely.
Blu-ray. There,
Is that great?
yeah, it's great. I watch it on Blu-ray. It's so good, and it's a
Have you
white
shown it to
dude.
Elizabeth and the girls?
No, but I need to show it to Elizabeth. She'll love it.
Yeah, I
It's
think
great.
so.
It's
Yeah,
great.
and that's and Rob, honestly, like there's a movie that I think initially might be labeled problematic. I don't know because I'm very torn because I understand, and especially as I interview more people, a great current writer, and one of the reasons why I think comics are going to be okay.
Okay.
This amazing Indian writer who's based in London now. His pen name is Ram V. You
Okay.
might have seen. He's currently writing Swamp Thing among other books.
Oh,
And
nice.
he
All right.
wrote. You're aware of him. He wrote an amazing graphic novel about a vampire going to the Middle East in the 1800s, and it's
Oh.
kind of a subtext of the white Jesus coming to the third world.
Yeah. That's
You know,
fucking cool.
yeah, and that's why I love the idea of the story and that it kind of flips that notion. My fear is that there are stories that initially will get even the way that, in fact, I think you pointed out this one article about Star Trek Picard and the way that they position Picard as this white Jesus that's coming to save Romulus and everything. And it's like, no, that's not what it was, man. So I get very conflicted where, on the one hand, I understand that concern about that type of story,
Yeah.
but the things they label like that. And that's why, like I said, I love Shogun. I don't know in today's viewing world if it would be labeled problematic or not.
Well, what I what I don't understand is why people are looking for things that are problematic. Like I don't understand the impulse. Like what I don't get is like human history is a charnel house. It's full of horrific treatment of other human beings. We are by the way, I believe this utterly. There is one race, one species of human. That's it.
Yeah.
We have different genetic differences or whatever. Humanity is one race. We're one race. There is no other race. There's just one race of humans. And nobody is better at treating people worse than humanity is.
Yeah.
And I just don't. What I don't get is I say this on my show all the time. If you like, I love the universe. I love creation, cosmology, whatever. And I always say that if you look into the universe, every single person that exists, and I hate to say it, to use a comic book example, Dr. Manhattans. There are two doctors in my life that have said things, pop culture doctors that have said things. One was Dr. McCoy, and one was Dr. Manhattan. And one was in a comic book, and one was in a first season Star Trek episode. And the first was Dr. McCoy in Balance of Terror, where Kirk is thinking like, oh my God, he actually says, why me? He feels the Romulan attack, like, what am I going to do? He actually says, why me? And Dr. McCoy gives a speech, and I'll paraphrase it. He says, in this universe, there's a mathematical probability of 3 million Earth-type planets in this galaxy. And in that, there's 3 million galaxies like this one. And in all of this, and perhaps more, there's only one of each of us. Don't destroy the one named Kirk. And then, which I've always loved, I'm like, oh my God. And I honestly believe, and I say this on my show, and by the way, what I say is people won't think this, but it is fucking metal. It is fucking metal. Each human being on this planet, in the entire infinity of the universe, you're the only one of you that exists. And you're only going to be here for maybe 100 years, maybe. Mostly think between 70 and 90.
Yeah.
You're the only one. There's no one else like you.
Yeah.
No one else. And in Watchmen, I think it's issue 4, when they're on the moon. Jenny and Dr. Manhattan are on the moon, and he talks about the thermodynamic miracle of life. He's like, fuck humanity. He's left. He's building his clockwork bullshit on the moon, on Mars, and he's like, you know what? All right. He thinks about the thermodynamic miracle of humanity, and he's like, you know what? Each human being is unique. In the entire infinitude of creation, there's only one of every human being. All right, I'll save the earth. And then he goes back. And I believe that. Like, we're so, like, we want to cancel each other. We want to, like, I can't believe we live in a world, like 5 years ago, this world didn't exist. The weird cancellation, like, the world is fucking great. We live in a world with amazing technology, and people can talk to each other around the world. It's 2001. What do you want? I want a bush baby. People forget 2001. Like, what? Now we carry around goddamn supercomputers in our pockets, and it's like the world is great. It's a great place, and people can be whoever they want to be, and yet, what's with the anger? And by the way, I mean, just to bring it back home, the world we live in right now is fucking metal, man. It's fucking metal. It's fucking metal. You can do whatever you want. You can do whatever you want. Be whoever you want to be. We have the technology. You can turn on a camera and talk to people on the other side of the planet. Why are people angry? Why is Robin DiAngelo writing white fragility? Like, give me a fucking break. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
More people have more opportunities now than ever before. Do you know the world itself, John, as you know, is more fucking metal? If you want to get metal, you can. You want to grow your hair long? You want to learn to shred on a guitar? You can pick an app up on your fucking phone and learn. You're not going to be Prince or Eddie Van Halen or Jimi Hendrix or John Bon Jovi or whatever. But you can learn.
Sure.
You can start.
Sure.
We have this great. Why is everybody unhappy? What's with the anger?
And again, like you said, they're looking to get insulted, and it really is this witch hunt and parallel world McCarthyism that happened in the 50s and all through the 60s and culture wars and stuff, and the fringe elements that have always existed, those Lyndon LaRouches and all that stuff, and now they're bigger than ever, and they're more organized than ever. And it's like there are no lessons to be learned from the past. I love, and you've quoted him and read his articles occasionally on your show, that Kareem Abdul-Jabbar is out there making commentary, and I got to talk to him on my show, and I literally said thank you for being out there, man, because we need perspective. And that
Can you believe in 1980, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, one of the greatest basketball players of all fucking time, was in Airplane. Was in the movie Airplane. And the kid's like, aren't you Kareem Abdul-Jabbar? And he's like, you try dragging Walton up and down the court for 48 minutes. I mean, and you
Game of Death. Or was it Game of Death? The Bruce Lee
yes.
movie that he made?
And by the way, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar wrote for the last season of Veronica Mars.
Yep.
I mean,
yep.
I look at a guy like Kareem. You know what? If you want to talk about great Americans, I mean, people that should be lauded, like Kareem Abdul-Jabbar is one of them. People are like, oh, he's a great sports hero. I'm like, no, he was a great sports hero that also was an actor and then became a writer and writes op-ed pieces in Hollywood trade papers and wrote for Veronica Mars.
And
what a life!
Mycroft Holmes wrote Mycroft Holmes books.
Oh my God, his novels.
He's a Renaissance man.
That guy is an imagination connoisseur par. You know what? You just gave me an idea. I have my 700th show coming.
Okay,
I've been sending feelers out because I got to interview some great people. Like, that's it. I'm going to interview, and you know what? I can't wait when he comes on and be like, aren't you Kareem Abdul-Jabbar?
Well, you know what's great? You might know and may not. My background was in sports radio, and here in Chicago, I worked for 16 years in sports talk radio. Because of going to San Diego, I'm on a lot of PR lists, And and also they know, it was through Titan, the British comic publisher.
Yeah,
they're like, hey, we're doing a Kareem
who has kept up publishing, who's published art books. Titan single-handedly has kept up movie. They've done as Gaff said in Blade Runner, they've done a man's job, sir.
Absolutely. Well, they were publishing the Mycroft Holmes graphic novel, and they're like, would you like to talk to Kareem Abdul-Jabbar? I'm like, absolutely, I would. And the great thing was his PR people, Kareem's, are like, listen, we don't want to affect what you want to talk about with Kareem. Can you give us an idea, though, of the subjects, just so we can pass it on to him?
Yeah.
Now, I had seen him the year before at San Diego promoting the Mycroft Holmes novel, and he was, like you said, he is one of us.
He's an imagination connoisseur par excellence.
Absolutely. So I told him, I said, listen, I was at San Diego. I want to know where he bought his comics as a little kid. I want to know what characters he loved. I want to know what sci-fi TV and films and everything. They sent back a response. They're like, this is great. He's going to love this. And I only had him for a half hour, but that was plenty. Because also I talked to my friends in radio who are sports people that have interviewed him for years. And they warned me that they're like, he gets bored talking about not only the obvious Laker and UCLA basketball stuff, but even Bruce Lee, even Chuck Norris, even things like that. Just watch it. And I'm like, okay, good. Or even Airplane. And literally, I'm like, hey, man, like first words out of my mouth, I'm like, first of all, I got to tell you, my fans are thrilled to know that beyond your greatness on the court, that you're really one of us and are a true sci-fi and comic book geek. And he went, hey, man, we were the readers. Our imaginations got ignited by this stuff.
Yep.
This is what I learned to read on. So honestly, man, if you keep it totally into his shit and or what he loved as far as that stuff, he's going to have a great time. And it was so gratifying because I could hear the smile in his voice. We didn't do video. We only did audio.
Yeah.
But it was just so great. So
John,
think you got to do it.
Are you telling me that Kareem Abdul-Jabbar is fucking metal?
Yes, Rob. I believe you would define him as metal. Yes,
I would do that.
I'll be the Poindexter in the room.
All right,
yes,
then.
I do like Iron Butterfly. Thank you.
By the way, the Richard, one of my foundational members of the Post-Geek Singularity, the Richard says, John Siuntres is one of the coolest and most knowledgeable people I've met. It's always a joy to experience the both of you on screen.
Oh, that's nice.
Well, it's good now that we're on screen. We were just on audio, before.
Yes, for years. Although recently you've done a couple videos with me.
Yeah, I know.
Dude, I've been chomping at the bit to talk to you about the Snyder Cut. I hope I'm not. Am I overstaying my welcome?
What are you fucking kidding me?
All right, fine.
What?
All right,
John, you cannot overstay your welcome. Ron C sends in a super chat and says, sorry, Rob, I don't text and drive. Well, Ron C, that's fucking metal to not text and drive. Good, you don't do that. Alvaro Bazan, what a cool name. My name is Alvaro Bazan. How are you? If your name is Alvaro Bazan, I think girls are just their panties melt off of them. Amazing. Alvaro says, my first Bond film was The World Is Not Enough. I love Christmas. I do have to say, that ending line was pure gold. So metal. Well, you know what's even more metal is that Bond made her come twice. Because he does say Christmas comes twice this year. Because, say it with me now, Bond is a cunning linguist. And if you don't know what that means, learn it, know it, live it.
Yeah, live it, indeed. Absolutely. What was your first Bond in the theater?
Oh, Spy Love Me.
Very good. Mine was Live and Let Die.
So you're a little older.
Yeah, I'm 56. I'll throw the name down.
Only a couple of years though, because Spy Love Me was 77, Live and Let Die was 73. So right. we're talking 4-year difference. I have to say that, but I was a Bond fan, and what was cool was that was post Star Wars. So Spy Love Me came out just after Star Wars had come out, and Star Wars came out in May, I think. Spy Love Me was July, maybe.
I believe that's right. I believe it was July. Yeah.
And I went. My favorite theater in the world, the John Dance Theater at the time. I'd seen Logan's Run there. I saw Superman the movie there before after Spy Love Me, but
Uh-huh.
it was a Bond, Live and Let Die, Man with the Golden Gun were not widescreen movies. They'd gone to flat, and they'd gone back to Dr. No, From Russia with Love, and Goldfinger, and Spy Love Me was a turn to the widescreen epic. And when I saw that, I'd only seen Bond films, and I loved James Bond as a kid. And I was 10 when I saw Spy Love Me, and I was like, when I saw it, it blew my mind. It was like, this is the greatest thing I've ever seen.
It really was the kick in the pants that the franchise needed after Golden Gun. So I do understand. And I mean, luckily, goddamn, seeing Live and Let Die with the McCartney soundtrack and everything, and the newness of more. And I might have said this to you before on my show. When I first saw my first Bond films, I saw them on black and white televisions, not knowing that they were color films.
Yeah.
So it really was a few years later when I saw Goldfinger and Dr. No in color. I'm like, oh, well, these are even better in color. I mean, but they worked in black and white, Goldfinger especially. Very noir in black and white.
So I listen, I've told people, and you're going to be here for this. So one of the things I've been doing lately is I've been dropping the link into this show to random people. And
good.
So I'm going to put the link. I'm telling you right now, you watching the show, there are 171 people watching the show right now around the world. If you have a good camera and a good microphone and you think you can hold your own, I am going to put a link in the chat, and whoever's first, because you're already here, I can only take 2 people and you're one.
Okay.
I'm going to put a random link in, and first come, first serve.
Cool.
You have to be here. I don't know who or what you might be, but I ask that you have a good camera, a good sense of humor, and a good
Good mic.
if you're good. I'm going to put a live, here's a link.
Cool.
And I'm going to paste it in the live chat. Who knows? Maybe no one will show up, but there it is. It's live. If you want to join this show, you can right now. And
Sounds
join
good.
John Siuntres. I don't know what's going to happen.
So
wait, hang on.
Go ahead. Oh, you got somebody?
Comic Quirks with Jimmy says, speaking of Omega Man, I'm watching The Last Man on Earth with Vincent Price right now. Laugh out loud. The better adaptation of Matheson's I Am Legend. Yeah,
Totally true.
I agree with that. So
Yep.
we've got Jimmy. Jimmy is joining us.
Oh, great.
Jimmy, hello, Jimmy. Can you hear me? Jimmy can hear me, and we can hear Jimmy. I'm going to bring John. Are you ready to add Jimmy to the chat and see what Jimmy has to say? He's a little dark and ominous, and we're going to grill him and find out
there we go.
what's going on. Let me add you, Jimmy, to the chat, and I'm going to bring you in. I kind of like this, bringing in random people and not knowing who or what they are. I'm going to put Jimmy up here. Let me just bring him in to the chat and bring him lower.
Exciting.
Okay, John. So, Jimmy, are you ready? Are you going to be, first of all, hang on. Let me bring Jimmy in. Here is Jimmy, ladies and gentlemen. Here is Jimmy. First of all, Jimmy, are you fucking metal, dude? Are you fucking metal? Tell me how fucking metal you are.
I'm so fucking metal. I came on here without knowing what we're going to fucking talk about, bro.
Fuck yeah, dude! You know what that is? That's goddamn courage, and courage is fucking metal. So let me ask you, Jimmy, where the fuck are you? Where are you from?
Spokane, Washington.
Oh, my home state! Almost one of my homies. Okay. So let me ask you this. Are you an imagination connoisseur?
I'm going to say 1,000% because everything about pop culture is fucking metal, bro.
Fuck yeah. All right. Now let me ask you this. If someone said, what shaped you? What are your favorite movies, TV, like not all of it, but comics? What are your touchstones? Like what are your five if you were wrecked on a desert island and you had your 5 favorite pieces of pop culture, what would they be?
Well, I'm just gonna get the complete box set of Doctor Who because that's my favorite shit known to man.
Bro, awesome. Now, okay, let me just stop you right there. Who is your favorite Doctor?
Okay, so I always split it up because you kind of have to with old Who and new Who because there's different tastes.
I'm with you.
So new Who, I got to go with my man David Tennant. The characterization Davies brought to that was
now he's the 10th Doctor.
Hell yeah,
10th Doctor. Okay, I love David Tennant. I'm with you 100%. All right.
This one's going to be weird. Normally for old Who, people go with Tom Baker. But I have been diving a little further than that recently. I am a huge Patrick Troughton fan now.
Fuck yeah, dude. Yes, sir.
Are you liking those animated Pat Troughton things that BBC America's been putting out?
They're good, but they're weird because sometimes they'll be animated and then sometimes they'll have like a little footage of some episodes and they'll put that in there. Like with the Doctor's Regeneration, the first Doctor, may he rest in peace, Sir William Hartnell. His regeneration, they had like some cartoon in there. I was like, okay, it's a little weird. I kind of wish they would have went full audio or just what they had.
Sure.
Because I think, but together, yeah, for the most part, yeah, they're great. Best episode though, Patrick Troughton's. I have it right here. It is The Mind Robber.
Oh, good one.
Yes.
Nice.
Okay, so you again, John. Though.
So that's one thing. You love Doctor Who. What about what other things do you love?
I am a historian, I guess I could call myself, of Hellboy. I would bring Hellboy, all of it basically. Just fucking awesome, dude. If you don't like Hellboy, I think you're missing out on a key.
Dude, I got the hardcovers of fucking Hellboy. I got the collections because fucking Hellboy is fucking metal.
Exactly, bro.
Dude, Hellboy's so fucking metal.
Yeah.
Hell yeah, man. I got both. I got the omnibuses and the floppies, which I'm sending to my friend because I just picked up the library editions, baby. So
cool.
Spreading the love. Yeah. That's
okay.
So 5 things though?
Yeah, that's 2. Doctor Who and Hellboy. By the way, very respectable. You
Absolutely.
are an imagination connoisseur par excellence. By the way, it's great to meet you. Thank you for taking the time to come on with us. And I know I don't know if it's a scary thing, but kudos. You know what? I don't need much reason to drink, but I will drink to you, sir. Cheers to that.
It's no problem. Like I've talked with a lot of on my podcast. I've talked with John actually.
Oh, there you go.
It's good seeing him.
Likewise, man.
So I gotta go with something a little newer though because I'm gonna age you guys up a little bit. I'm sorry.
Uh-oh.
When I was
relative. It's a number.
I'm dying already. You're gonna make me die sooner.
When I was 10, Avatar, James Cameron's Avatar came out. So
no, please go ahead.
So I got to go with that because that's the most I've ever watched a movie in theaters. I watched that 5 times, and the last one was in 3D.
Bro, let me just say, you know what's fucking metal as fuck? Ava-fucking-tar. I love Avatar. I do not understand why. Okay, my mother, who's been on the show, I took my mother in Palm Springs. We went. She'd never been to IMAX. She'd never seen a 3D movie. We went and saw Avatar in IMAX 3D. My mother is a very pragmatic woman. There's not an imaginative bone in her body. Yet, she raised me an imagination connoisseur, an imagination junkie. But as a kid, she always took me to movies and would go to see them with me. So we go to see Avatar in 2009, and we're watching this. I fucking love Avatar. It's an unbelievable accomplishment. The fact people write it off it drives me crazy. It's Ferngully. I'm like, okay, it's not Ferngully. Whatever. My mother, my imaginative, my pragmatist mom, my least imaginative woman I know in my life, who raised me, an imagination junkie. When it was over, we sat through the credits. She never does that. She finally takes off her glasses because she thought, I don't know, something's gonna happen. I'm like, it was pre-Marvel. I'm like, my mom looks at me, her eyes as big as saucers, And she looks at me with wonder in those eyes. And she says, how did they do that? and my pragmatic mother, who has not an imaginative bone in her body, was so captivated by Avatar. And I'm like, that's why it's the biggest, now it's once again the biggest grossing movie of all time. Because the world was my mom. They're not all imagination. People had like Pandora withdrawals. It was unbelievable. Avatar fucking rules, and every single thing is created. It's amazing. And people are like, who cares? Avatar has no pop culture footprint. Fucker, I've got a hot toy of Jake Sully. Fuck you. Avatar fucking rules. And you know what? James Cameron, why does everybody count him out? People are like, Titanic's going to be a boondoggle and no one's going to go see it. Oh, wait, biggest grossing film of all time.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, Avatar, this whole crazy thing, blah, blah. Oh, wait, biggest grossing film of all time. Oh, wait, now twice it outgrossed Endgame. Why do people bet against James Cameron? He's just a guy trying to make, awesome shit. Yeah. Like, that's all he's trying to do. Why are you like, James Cameron? When has James Cameron made something you didn't like? When has he done something you didn't like? He's always making... People are always like, you know what? All the guys are like, oh, fuck Titanic. And secretly they're at home watching Titanic, like, crying. Oh, my God. I mean, who doesn't like James Cameron movies?
Dude, you gotta think about it a little bit further back. After Alien 1, everyone was like, okay, what's gonna happen now? And then James Gunn comes in and shows him his dick.
James Cameron.
James Cameron comes in and just flops it out. Everyone was like, okay, never mind, it's better than the first.
How about the fact that James Cameron could have done whatever he wanted to, but he was like, I fucking love Alien, so I want to make Aliens. Like, he didn't even want to make something original. He didn't want to use his Hollywood cachet. He was such a fucking fanboy that he comes in and he's like, I have this idea for an Alien sequel. This is what we need in Hollywood. Like, why wouldn't somebody, please somebody ask anyone, hey, does anyone love Star Trek that can make movies out there? Like, somebody, like, do we have to deal with the goddamn bullshit, the Star Trek 12-year hostage crisis that we've had? Does anyone who loves Star Trek, please come make some Star Trek for us? That's good.
Good Lord, yes. Oh my God.
Back in the day, James Cameron's like, I mean, Terminator, it's a huge hit. What do you want to do next? I want to make an Alien sequel. Can you imagine? Fox like, what? You want to what? Alien was 79. Terminator was 84. It's been 5 fucking years. What? No, I've got this idea. I have this thing. And then, of course, he's married to Gail Ann Hurd at the time. And Gail Ann Hurd's like, James, you only get 6 alien suits to make this movie. James like, what? What? 6? This is true, by the way. 6? That's it? Yeah, because we have to make it on a budget. And he's like, well, I want my opening shot when they come into the Narcissus. I want this laser to scan around. And Gail Ann Hurd's wife's like, nah, James, you can't have that. What do you mean I can't have it? Well, I want that. You have to pay for it yourself. This is true, by the way. And James Cameron's like, fuck it, I'll pay for it myself. He paid for that, like, blue laser for the opening thing. The only time you ever see, like, multiple alien suits is up when Hicks goes into the fucking ceiling, looks up, and there's all the aliens inverted. What happened to that passion? You know what?
We blew it. We would have been great to see a Spider-Man 90s Cameron movie, and unfortunately never happened.
Hollywood is decidedly not metal.
A cruel mistress. Yes.
So please, Jimmy, I know I interrupted you.
Jimmy, the fact that you were 10, I am totally on board with Avatar, but yes, go on. Excuse me.
Okay, well, this is a new thing. I would not have had this literally 2 days ago because yesterday I finished the novel of Richard Matheson's I Am Legend.
Dude, and the last line of the book is what?
I am legend.
I am legend. So good. That was the very first horror novel I ever read. I was 10. God damn, did I love that. How great is that book?
Gentlemen,
I freaked out. Like I had to put it down a couple times because I was just like my heart was racing. And then okay, can I do a small spoiler for the book?
Yeah, why? Yeah.
Yeah, it's
by
a
the way,
70-year-old book. Sure.
Spoiler alert for Richard Matheson's novel "I Am Legend," coming from Jimmy.
1954.
There you go.
If you don't want to hear this spoiler, please, Jimmy. But please, I spoil the fuck out of it. You know what? Your spoiler will be fucking metal, dude. Come on.
Dude, so in a chapter, he found a dog that's alive, and he is just the whole chapter is like I want to say about like 10 pages long, but through that you go through months of his life just slowly getting closer to this dog that doesn't trust him, and then like at the end he finally gets the dog. He's hugging it, trying to calm it down at night, and the dog licks his palm. And then the next sentence is the last sentence of the chapter. In a week, the dog is dead. You're like, what? You're leaving me on that? Oh, my goodness. That book is just a trip, man.
What do you guys think he's the greatest sci-fi writer that the general populace doesn't know him by name, but if you rattle off his bibliography, it's like,
my God.
Oh, my God. Sure, I love this guy. I've loved his stories for decades. Of course I do. But nobody knows his name like we do the Bradburys, even the Clarks and the even I was going to say Philip K. Dick is better known than Richard Matheson.
It's funny that that John brought up the Omega Men earlier because right now on my screen that's lighting me is Vincent Price's The Last Man on Earth from 1963, and I am watching that for the first time, and it is like a good adaptation of the book.
Oh yeah,
it is. I mean, Richard Matheson wrote The Enemy Within. Kirk splitting into two. I am Captain Kirk. So hang on.
1,000 feet. One of the best.
Yeah, of course. Nightmare 20. I mean, Richard Matheson wrote four Twilight Zone episodes.
By the way, we watched in my high school for my film class. We watched that, and I was like, Shatner looked like a good human being back then. Look at him.
When is he not? What are you talking about? When is he not?
We just last night.
Come on now.
Last night on
he looks fucking good at 90. Shatner's fucking metal. He did a fucking prog rock album with members of Yes. I saw him perform live. William Shatner's
we were talking about his episode of Outer Limits in the second season, which isn't a great episode, Cold Hands, Warm Heart. But that said, he is such a prototypically great leading man. And I really was arguing with my good friend Gabe Hardman, who Rob has interviewed before on the Superman Returns DVD.
15 years ago, but yes, he was great.
Absolutely. But no, and Gabe loves Shatner as well. But I'm like, because we were talking about how he did Incubus, and he's like, well, that was kind of a low point in Shatner's career. I'm like, I don't think there was a low point in Shatner's career. Even when he didn't have a TV series, he kept showing up on all those anthology shows because people knew there was something there. Just this wonderful quality that he always had. And and in fact, thank God for Shatner fans, if you don't know, and Rob, I don't know if you know, but in the last few months, somebody on YouTube was posting that prosecutor TV show that he had in 1965, For the People. There's only 13 episodes, and it's made by the producers that made that excellent lawyer show of the early 60s, The Defenders, with E.G. Marshall and Mr. Brady, Robert Reed. And it's a great show. It's very gritty for being 1965, and it's that great East Side George C. Scott period of early television where episodes didn't need a happy ending. It's very, very interesting.
No, absolutely. I look.
Have you seen those at all?
Yes, and I'm a huge Shatner fan.
Well, I know you are. Of course you are.
And I love those episodes, and I think I've watched everything he's done. Although I did see something I had never seen before that he was in with Dan O'Herlihy.
Fun.
And it was an episode of I don't remember what it was. I watched it yesterday. See, some architect had built a house, and he was going to marry a woman, and Dan O'Herlihy was like, "This house is not going to be finished." I don't know what it was. It was great though.
Probably one of those anthology shows from the early 60s.
Yeah, it was that. So Stubble McShave, who's a foundational member of this community, says, "You're wrong. The worst Bond movie is Die Another Day. It had the worst Bond song.
Pretty bad.
It's terrible. The most unbelievable car, the worst introduction scene, a really bad ending, Bond surfing through bad video game graphics in order to appeal to the young crowd. It's horrible. You know what? To be honest, I forgot about Die Another Day. Here's the thing. The first half of Die Another Day is not bad. And the sword fight scene is, I think, great. It's pre-title sequence before he's captured in Korea is great.
The Korea stuff is amazing. Yes.
It's great. And that alone saves it for me, but it is god awful. The last half of the movie is god awful, and I can't Stubble, you are correct.
When Halle Berry does her moment coming out of the water, that's when the movie starts to suck, unfortunately.
Yeah, and by the way, I mean,
come out of the water.
But God damn, does she look good too?
Oh,
it's
yeah. Well, and I wanted to see a Jinx as they teased. Hey, we're gonna get a whole bunch of Jinx.
They were gonna do that.
Never happened. Never happened. That's a shame.
And I even think that, like, on some level, like, I truly loved every Pierce Brosnan James Bond, because even with the dull scenes, you had the charisma of Pierce Brosnan just rocking the show.
Yeah, but you know what? In that, I think The World Is Not Enough, despite Denise Richards, I think The World Is Not Enough is actually a good Bond film, even though it has things. The fact that the femme fatale turns out to be, and Robert Carlyle. There's a lot of great stuff in World Is Not Enough. It's uneven. It has the longest, the 14-minute opening pre-title sequence on the Thames River. It's amazing. That pre-title sequence is amazing, and there's a lot to like about it. I mean, I think, the Bond franchise, which I love. I grew up with it as a kid. I love the Bond franchise so much. The problem with the Bond franchise, I think, is that it was a series. James Bond is a character born out of the Cold War, out of the 50s and 60s. And as we moved further in time, the character is no longer relevant, and yet they keep trying to make him relevant. And I'm not saying, like, we can't have... But when M says in GoldenEye, you're a sexist, misogynist dinosaur, a relic of the Cold War, I'm like, yes, because that's what the character of Bond was. He was a post-World War II spy. And that's what he was. And by the time we even get into the mid-50s, James Bond is gone. He's irrelevant. And yet he's a money-making character. So we've tried to keep him relevant into 2021. We've got No Time to Die. And it's such a weird thing that I love James Bond. It's one of my favorite franchises. But even I could look at it and go, James Bond does not belong here. James Bond is irrelevant. And now they make it realistic. And I'm like, wait, no. Bond should have been fighting people that wanted to kill everyone on the earth with orchids, like Hugo Drax did Moonraker, or like start a nuclear war like Carl Stromberg did in Spy Who Loved Me. That's where Bond should have ended. The fact that we're trying to humanize Bond and bring him down to earth and make him relevant now is silly, and it's decidedly unmetal.
Go ahead, Jimmy. Excuse me, please.
No, you can go, man. I'm the.
Well, I was going to say isn't it strange that Bond, you do want to see that big villain that's going to conquer the world, and then we all roll our eyes, including Doomcock, when it comes to Star Trek and Discovery, and every season of Discovery is this galaxy-wide cataclysm that has to be dealt with, and it's like, that's not what Star Trek is. So what works for Bond doesn't work for Star Trek, and it's a shame they're missing the mark. But I do think there's an ability, and I think it's a good challenge to try to do current espionage stories with a James Bond. And they haven't hit the right formula yet.
No,
but I appreciate the ambition.
I think the problem is it's kind of like the Superman effect almost, where they're like desperately trying to make him relevant. When they try to make him relevant, they kind of change what it is, and you're like, no, this character, his whole story isn't that like he learns something about himself and changes. The whole story is the journey of it.
Yep.
And don't change the character. Don't do anything. Just make a fun journey, and we're right there with you, kind of like Indiana Jones as well.
Look, I agree with you. I what I find so baffling to me, well, I don't, because I've worked in that situation, is it isn't really hard. The people that know how to tell stories, they're already there. But the people that are vetted by the entertainment industry, the people that have like come in the door, are not necessarily the right people to tell stories. And yet they're part of that process, so they get hired and it, it's frustrating because we have, like, I look at Scott Frank. Scott Frank wrote and directed The Queen's Gambit that everyone loved. Now, Scott Frank, before that, he had made Godless, which was another 7-episode series based on a real occurrence where all the men died in a mining accident, and women were the only people left in this town, and outlaws came in and they had to defend the town themselves. It was fantastic. And then they hire him to do The Queen's Gambit, which was an adaptation of Walter Tevis's novel. That he wrote The Man Who Fell to Earth, he wrote The Hustler, he wrote Color of Money, and it was great. Like, he wrote and directed it, and it's like, here's a guy that knows what's up, like knows what he's doing, and I do not understand why the people that are making Star Trek should be the Tiffany, the blue box, the white bow of science fiction on TV, and we are getting the most rudimentary, dumb science fiction, derivative, dumb, and I'm like, how are these people in control of Star Trek? Like the powers that be, it is one of the most. They have spent more money on Star Trek, 3 seasons of Discovery and 1 episode. They've spent over $1 billion. $1 billion. On 4 seasons of TV.
Of shit.
$1 billion.
Yeah.
Jesus.
And it's like, I mean, someone's getting a lot of fucking money. And whether it's Bad Robot, and Bad Robot's like, oh, we're controlling the new Star Trek movie. Why? The last Star Trek film lost money. You have lost hundreds of millions of dollars. Yep. Is it only contracts? Why do you continue? I do not understand. The one thing I do not get in my entire life is, why does Bad Robot and Secret Hideout have some kind of lock on Star Trek? These people are not making money. Do you know what you got to do? You have to say, if I was Emma Watts and ran Paramount, I would say, Bad Robot, you know what? You get $80 million. And I expect you to make a franchise movie that's going to make $1 billion. And if you don't, you're out. You have $80 million to make $1 billion earning. And the thing is, you can't, because Star Trek is not populist. It's a niche thing. It always was. It always was. It always will be. The idea that you want to turn Star Trek into Star Wars will never happen.
No.
And yet that Bad Robot it's the same reason, like, why is C-3PO's arm red in The Force Awakens? Oh, because we want to sell red. Nobody wants a fucking C-3PO with a red arm. Fuck you. You people are so fucking bereft of any kind of you are decidedly unmetal.
This is true.
You are unmetal.
Hey, can I fire? Would it be metal if I fire it up while we're talking?
Fuck yeah, dude! Fire it up. You know what?
Fine.
If you're a fan of The Crow, fire it up. Fire it up. Come on, blaze it up. It's legal, right? Fuck yeah, dude. That's fucking.
I'm in a legal
metal.
State.
That's
there
fucking
you go.
metal.
I figured that could be metal for your outfit. All right, there you go.
Hell yeah.
No, Rob, it's true, and again, well, Harv Bennett proved it when he came out with Star Trek 2. I can do this. I can do it cheaper, and it'll work. And again, well, you always use the Rick Berman example, and it's true. The man made 25 seasons of incredible Star Trek and did it on a weekly budget and made 26 episodes a year. I mean,
and did not go over budget.
Right. And I mean, that's the thing. And these guys, goddamn, I noticed in the first season of Discovery, they had a shot of Ash Tyler in the cafeteria, whatever the fuck it's called on Discovery. And he had his feet up and his shoes had the same gold lame sort of detail that the outfits did. And I'm like, this is what they're wasting their money on.
Yeah, I know.
How often do we see goddamn shoes and why do they need that kind of detail? It's ridiculous.
And by the way, those designs are terrible.
They're the worst.
They're terrible.
They're ugly.
Everything they've done, and like, hang on, let me just say, Mus Hussein sends in the super chat and says, Robservations and Midnight Metal is effing metal. Well, Moose, is it Moose? I don't know how to pronounce it, but you're fucking metal and you're goddamn right. Thank you so much for supporting the channel. And Steve Foley, oh my God, Steve, you are a generous, generous man. Steve Foley says, oh, he's quoting something. I never knew what a friend was until I met Geordie. He spoke to me as though I were human. He treated me no differently from anyone else. He accepted me for what I am, and that, I have learned, is friendship. But I do not know how to say goodbye. God damn it, I'm crying. You know what?
You or is that Data?
If that's Data. If modern Star Trek was this, I mean, God damn.
Picard, it is so ironic that it's based on Measure of a Man because all it did was tear Measure of a Man to shreds.
Fucking
shreds.
Let me just say, when I worked on the Star Trek Blu-rays, the reason there's an extended cut that's finished of Measure of a Man, I will take full credit for that.
Thank you.
Will. Because I was in New York, and the first time we interviewed Patrick Stewart was at CBS. He was in a coat and tie and all that. He was going to win his Peabody Award or speak there. And then we went into, we called him Big Daddy Ken Ross, one of the great Ken Ross, who worked for Magnetic Video, one of the dawn of the home video movement. He was the man who spearheaded the next generation upgrade to HD. I mean, it was all him. He was a legend. I mean, I never would tell him this, but I'm like, I have to call him on the phone late night. Boys, how are the documentaries coming? I mean, I never had a studio executive care. He cared, and I said to him, I was like, we have this VHS tape, but we have the negative. I said in his office after I interviewed, he saw me interview Patrick Stewart. He's like, Rob, he was like the Tony Soprano of network execs. He's like, you did a great job. And I'm like, well, thank you. And I'm in his office and I'm like, bruh, I didn't say bruh, but I said, sir, Ken, Mr. Ross, we have the negative. Why don't we rebuild the Measure of Man and add those 13 minutes in and do there's only 3 effect shots that needed to be done. And he, in his office in New York, I'm like, what do I care? I have nothing to lose. What's he going to do? Fire me? No. And he goes, that's a great idea. We should do that. And I'm like, fuck yeah, we should do that. And they did. And Melinda Snodgrass, who wrote it, came to LA. And we went to Century City with the Akutas because Fathom was doing those events for the first 3 seasons. And the second season, we showed Q-Who and the extended version of Measure of a Man in the theater.
Yeah.
And I'm like, people ask me, like, Rob, why are you so happy? I'm like, because my life has been fucking awesome. Like, I was able to get I sat next to the Melinda Snodgrass, who's very cute. And she writes amazing shit. She wrote Measure of Man, and we got that extended version. And then they decided to put it in theaters. And I was there opening night. What's not to love? And you know what? That was fucking metal.
That was metal.
And it was great. It was great. It was great. Echo Base Network. I think this is Nick. Oh, wait, hang on. Steve Foley. Let me just say, Steve sends a very, very generous super chat. Steve, thank you, sir. And by the way, you know what? If that super chat was in coins, it would be very metal and it would rain on our heads. So thank you. Steve says, oh, wait, well, he was the one that's, I already read that. He already, the Jordy thing. Yes. Yeah. Thank you, Steve. You know what? I've had a little bit to drink. But that's Steve, right. You know what? Let me acknowledge you again. God damn it. Thank you so much. So Echo Base Network says, how do I get on Midnight Metal? Do you use Rendezvous? I do. It's part of the well, look, I would say that Jimmy, I could dismiss you, but if you were, someone else could come in, but Echo Base, I can send that out. But Jimmy's,
if you want, I can leave and let new blood come in here. I've had my fill.
Are you sure? All right. Well, do you mind?
Fine.
All right. Well,
you know what? Here, you know what? Don't even ask. I'll just slide out.
No, hang on, Jimmy. First of all, where can people find you on social media?
You can find me at Comic Quirks with Jimmy, where I do interviews with the likes of John Siuntres, Brian Edward Hill, Mark Russell, many great other creators. And I have a small other channel where I talk about Doctor Who, baby, and it's called Jacrispy the Biggin.
Wow. Well, first of all, Jimmy, I want to thank you for being on the show. And it was great to meet you. And any Doctor Who fan is a friend of mine. Now let me ask you one thing. I'm straight.
Yeah.
You know, but I have a complete man crush on Captain Jack Harkness. I have to say, one of the 5 greatest hours of television I have ever seen is Torchwood Children of Earth.
Great series.
And, my God. Now I have to ask you, am I wrong? To have,
no, you were totally
John
fine.
Barrowman as a straight man. I you know what? I want to touch John Barrowman. Captain Jack. I want to go into his 26th century, whatever. I love that guy. Is that wrong?
No, I have a diehard crush on Matt Smith.
Oh, well, there you go. You know what? That's the only Big Chief 1/6 scale figure I have. I have the 13th Doctor. He's the 13th Doctor, right?
No, he's the 11th.
He's the 11th.
Oh, yeah. Shit. Well,
you know what's wrong? The War Doctor, all this shit.
Yeah,
before Jimmy goes, I really want to know, how do you feel about the way they've changed the Doctor's origin? Because I really like Jodie Whittaker as a Doctor. I feel much like when we were talking about the Bonds, she is underserved by the writing.
I am 100% there with you, because if you look at it, though, from not just the writing about how Chris Chibnall came into the show where he took over after Moffat, he got rid of basically all the crew that just so happened to be working on the show since it came back in 2005, just for his people. And the biggest thing I thought when it comes to the crew was the director of music, Murray Gold. And he's the one who came up with all the cast, was their music intros or whatever.
Yeah, their theme songs.
Theme songs. Yeah. Everything with the show. And he got rid of them for a new person, and it all just feels suspense. And then when I started watching, I was like, Jodie Whittaker's awesome. Broadchurch, phenomenal of a show. And
I love Broadchurch. Oh my God, so good.
Exactly. So I was like, Jodie Whittaker's going to be awesome. And some people out there, stop being dicks. It's okay if the Doctor's a woman. That's totally fine.
Yeah.
And and so when I was like, okay, let's do it. But then I thought there would be a couple episodes here and there where the writing wouldn't totally suck, but no, it kept getting worse. And
it's bad.
This last season's Timeless Child, it got rid of all the Doctor's canon, and it felt like it did it just for change. It's like, no, there's canon for a reason, and you made Sir William Hartnell. I'm calling him Sir, even though he wasn't knighted, because he should be. He should be the first Doctor, and you come in here to say that no, you don't even know his own past. Like, no, I know his past because I've been watching this since I was a fetus. So, so what you did is just, it's hurtful to the fans, and that's worse than just bad writing.
Well, that's a very astute way to put it. And look, let me ask you this: why do you think that happened?
From what I hear, it didn't even start like that. It was Chris Chibnall wasn't even the first person they came to be the new showrunner. He was like the third or something like that. And so it wasn't fresh in his mind of like new things to do. And I think he just wanted to do something that'll shock the audience, or because this was supposed to be like a new watchers, new viewers, like a pilot series with Jodie Whittaker. And so he was thinking, well, if no one knows the past, then I can just do this. And there was still a lot of fans watching that. There was, I think by that time, there was like 1.5 million views, which is kind of low, but still, that's a lot of people still watching the show. And that kind of hurt. That kind of hurt me quite a bit.
Sure.
Well, I'm not as attached to Doctor Who as I am to, say, Star Trek. But, I mean, I've loved Doctor Who over the years. I mean, I started watching, like, reading Starlog in the 70s, watching Tom Baker. I think that was my first. And then, of course, you find your way to the movies with Peter Cushing. And then that's you realize, oh my God, there was 60s Doctor Who, and then you find that out, and then like, what about all these lost? Wait, there's lost episodes of Doctor Who. They erased them. What?
Well, you know why they did that though, right?
Well, I know, but it blows me away. Back then, because I mean, it seems crazy for us now. But back in the day, it's like, we're just doing this shit. No one ever thought that you would save them.
Right.
Like, why would you watch them again? Like, or sure. Why would, who knew back in the 60s that Doctor Who would become even a thing? Like,
they didn't think Laserdisc was coming out here soon. Come on.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, and it was a kid's show. So, of course, it's disposable. But totally. even high drama and high comedy from the BBC was wiped as well, and it was all because of the tape being so expensive and ridiculous. Yep. And thank God, Terry Jones or Terry Gilliam, I forget which Terry it was, with the Pythons. Somebody at the BBC's like, "Hey, they're throwing out all your shit. You better come over here and grab it before they throw it away." And then thank God we've got the legacy of Python because of that.
Before I leave, I wanted, since you're a Star Trek head, my favorite episode of Star Trek is actually from the Shatz run. The episode where they go to the clone of the Earth, and there's like the sickness, and they have to like.
Miri.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
The first season episode, Miri.
Yes. Interesting.
Yes.
It's the choice, man.
Look at my legs. That's like early in the first season. Grace Lee Whitney is still there as Yeoman Rand.
Yes.
I always wanted you to look at my legs. Look at my legs. Oh my God, they're diseased. Disgusting.
Kim Darby. Great performance by Kim Darby.
I just love the concept of it too. And like when they picked up the stethoscope and microscope, they're like, "Oh, classic! You should put this in your collection." I'm just like, I'm here for it, dude.
Well, look, the fact that you bring up Miri, you're a true imagination connoisseur, Jimmy, and I am very happy to have you here on the show. So
thank you so much, guys. Have a good one,
Jimmy. Thanks as always, watching and what your comments on Word Balloon. I always appreciate it, man.
No problem, man. I love Word Balloon.
Well, you're a good man, and anytime you want me back, I'm happy to come back. I should have you on, and we should have a Doctor Who conversation.
I am 100% there. And Rob, let's hook up sometime, bro.
Like hook up? No, yes. However you want to do that, I'm all good, man. It's fucking metal, yeah. Let's talk Doctor Who.
Can I just exit out and then it leaves, or do I have to press like a leave?
No, you're gone. I've let you out.
See you, Jimmy.
It's all good, and
good dude, man.
What a good dude. Like I'm very impressed. Great guy.
Yeah.
So we've now let him disappear. But so John, before it's actually kind of cool. I'm gonna make this so it's just us again.
Okay, buddy.
I will before we maybe bring someone else on. The link I already posted in the live chat is still there. I'll put it on again. If any of you have the courage to join us,
do you dare?
There is the link. Oh wait, someone's already here. Oh my God, who's here? Willie Woodward. Willie, are you there? Where are you, man? Well, people are looking at like, where is Willie? Well, I don't hear a sound or a picture.
Yeah, we don't see him backstage yet, I guess.
No, you don't. Oh, there. Willie, you're here. Can you hear us? All right. Oh, yes, we can hear you. Willie, I am going to Are you good? Are you ready to Okay, I'm going to bring you in to Are you you're not shy, are you? All right, well what do you mean? Well, I mean, I'm going to bring you in, sir. And, John Siuntres, you got to respect the fact that he is the man. He really is, truly. And I don't think I'm the man. I wouldn't say I'm the man. I mean, I leave that up for other people to decide. But
Rob's the man. I'll second that, Willie.
All right, well,
I can't see or hear Willie yet, so he must be backstage.
Hang on. Let's everyone welcome Willie Woodward to fucking Midnight Metal. Willie, are you fucking metal, dude? Tell me how metal you are. You're fucking metal, are you? Are you fucking metal if you're not fucking metal? In the still of the night, do you hear the Urukai calling, scratching near your front door?
Yes.
Okay, good.
I assumed it was the.
I don't see or hear him yet,
cat,
Rob, myself. I don't know if everyone else can see him or hear him.
No, you can't see him or hear him?
No.
Oh.
Uh-oh. Well, I'm hang on.
Oh, okay.
I want to make sure that he's on,
No, he's on. As far as I know.
So should I maybe I should let you guys talk then or whatever, but
No. You can't see him even in our little
No, hold on. Is there here I'm going to look at the gear. God, Grandpa's going to see what he can do here.
No, you should be are you looking at the actual live chat on if you put up the
I'm at the gear. I'm at the gear thing now.
Oh, okay.
What can I? Should I look on the left or the right?
You guys are both in the chat. First of all, Willie.
Yes, sir.
Speak to me. Tell me something cool.
Yeah. All right.
We can hear you in the chat. We can hear you live.
Okay. Cool.
John,
I'm here.
All right. Can you see Willie at all?
No.
Really? That's
Well,
yeah.
Okay. I got the gear thing here. Let me see if
I can bow out.
No, don't bow out. Hang on. Okay.
All right.
Okay.
I was just trying to be nice,
all right,
man.
no problem.
No, hang on one second. Willie, you're here. And by the way, you're fucking metal.
I'm sorry, Willie.
Technical difficulties. We don't care. We will persevere. So, Willie, let me ask you this. As an imagination connoisseur, as a fan, I would assume you're watching the channel because you've watched it before?
Yeah.
All right, so when did you become an imagination connoisseur?
I'd say actually not too long after you did your first guest star on Midnight's Edge. Caught you then.
Well, wait a minute.
Catch you every once
No. I'm talking about you, not when you watch me. I want to know when you became an imagination connoisseur. When did you decide you love science fiction, fantasy, horror, comics, whatever? What was your journey? I want to know who you are, man.
First,
you
I grew up. I would watch a bunch of sci-fi. Like I grew up watching sci-fi movies like Star Wars and stuff. I love Star Wars. I grew up a lot with my dad because he was ill, and so he had to basically stay in his recliner a lot, and so we would bond over watching old TV shows and ranged across the gamut to Incredible Hulk to bewitched. So it's like I grew up watching that, and my brothers had a trade copy of Bring On the Bad Guys, and I grew. That
was the Marvel. Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
Dude, I had. That was so.
With the
They had Secret Origins of Marvel Comics. That was, and then Bring On the Bad Guys. I love that. I love that book.
I had those books.
What sucks is it's no longer in print, but I always try to find because the oil painting cover is fucking metal. That is awesome.
It is fucking metal.
Yes.
You're right. Goddamn right.
Oh,
yes.
And that got me into it. And my brothers had like comics of like Transformers and Indiana Jones and stuff, and they were cool and all, but that I kept coming back to that, and like I would be reading, like as I grew older, I would be reading all sorts of Marvel comics to where I would be a huge effing. Do you allow cussing? Can I say?
Dude, you can fucking swear that.
All right,
if you motherfucker want to swear, fuck yeah. Fuck
good,
swear.
Good,
yeah.
I swear like a fucking sailor, but
I don't give a fuck.
All right, good, because I became a huge fucking nerd for especially Marvel comics, and this book right here is one of the greatest books when it comes to looking at Marvel comics, because it actually looks at it like through narrative themes and stuff.
Yeah.
And so I just like, as a person who was a writer and stuff, I was like just devoured this book and just devoured reading the Marvel comics, and just so that is how metal. I basically devoted my life to learning how to write as dope as Stan Lee.
Okay, so let me ask you this. What are you doing now?
I am actually trying to work on making an animated pilot for something.
Wow. Very cool.
It is very, very, trust me, it's very, very hard, but...
I know. It's hard.
I grew up watching those 80s cartoons with my older brothers, and I like Inspector Gadget, Transformers, and so it's like that kind of, like the cartoons also kind of, you could say that also was part of what made me an Imagineer.
Imagination connoisseur.
Thank you, because I know it's like you always say imagine is you always make it sound like it's one word, and I'm like, no, it's not really imagine.
No, it's two, definitely two.
Yeah, I know, I'm stupid. Sorry about that.
No, don't say that. No one is stupid. Don't say you're stupid.
Okay, fair enough. But
you're
it's like,
fucking metal. Come on, dude. Willie, you're fucking metal, aren't you? Yeah, God damn it. You're fucking metal. Fucking metal.
Fucking metal.
Yes. Own it. Be metal. Metal is a state of mind. That's what this show is all about. That. Be fucking metal. Never, ever back down. You just do like Bill and Ted.
Exactly, dude.
Yeah. So, where are we at? Tell me.
Oh, dude. Oh, I mean, well, go ahead.
How did it happen? Tell us. Come on.
It just happened through basically like osmosis, basically just like just devouring just everything that came through me, like devouring through reading like classic novels, devouring through watching TV, just everything. And there came like a certain point, like around 1992, where I was reading. Because every summer my mom had made us read a classic novel, and I was reading The Invisible Man by H.G. Wells. I was 8 by the time, like 7, 8 by the moment.
Wow, your mom made you read H.G. Wells' The Invisible Man at 8.
Yeah.
Your mom rules. Tell your mom.
Dude,
next time is your mom still with us?
Yeah.
Well, next time you talk to your mom, tell her I said she's fucking metal and she was a good mother and she made you read good shit.
And like Batman Returns, which was like is still one of my top 5 favorite movies of all time, came out, and I just got into like wanting to do comics and wanting to be like just
and leather-clad women whipping you on the ass, like the
I mean, dude, I mean, dude, I had a thing for Baroness since I was 3, dude. I was
nice.
I know I'm a very weird child.
No, I don't think so. I think you're an imagination connoisseur par excellence. There are no weird children here. This is a channel of weirdness.
I know, but I bask in that weirdness. I'm like, yes, I am weird. That's because I'm awesome.
Yeah, thank fucking God. Now, John, can you still hear me?
I can hear you fine, Rob, yes.
Okay, you can't hear. So let me ask you this. John, when did you know you were an imagination connoisseur?
Oh, Christ. My parents,
Me
I
or
think,
John?
inadvertently were imagination connoisseurs because I have distinct memories
Is it
as
John
a
talking?
4-year-old child
John's
of,
talking.
of Star Trek
Okay,
being
sorry.
on our TVs. And also, my
Just wanted
parents
to be sure.
were massive British import spy fans. They loved the Avengers, they loved Secret Agent Man and The Prisoner. And so I think, just subconsciously got seeped into it. But, like you, Rob, I mean, I'm only a couple years older. When Star Trek was in syndication, I was all about it.
Yep,
And,
me too.
yeah. And I mean, again, like I said, my early movies were, again, being a kid of the Apollo generation.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah.
that's, the original moon missions and stuff.
What's
How
so
can you not
funny?
be
We landed on the moon. Like,
Right.
how amazing was it? The last time America landed on the moon was in 1972. And we've had shuttles and all that, but when I watch For All Mankind, that was what we were supposed to do with our space program.
Yep.
And I love the show so much, even though it's an alternate history. I'm like, this is where we were supposed to be. And one of the great things that I love about the show is that NASA got to keep their own patents. So they were self-funded.
Yep.
And why we don't live in that world, I don't know.
Well, and that's why Star Trek appeared so real to me, because it was like, well, yeah, that could be 200 or 300 years from now.
Yep.
Because we're up in space and we are doing these
I'm gonna
things,
watch that.
and we are reaching for the stars right now.
So
So
good.
it seemed very plausible, and it was really exciting to me. And then, God, I mean, I was an adult man, but when I went to the Capitol, when you could go to the Capitol, this is 25 years ago, and I met John Glenn when he was still a senator. And he couldn't have been sweeter. And my God, it's John Glenn. It's one of our Mercury astronauts. It was such an exciting thing. And then over the years, I've always been a fan. And then, of course, because of Word Balloon, had the opportunities to meet George Takei and Leonard Nimoy and Shatner. And it's just been this crazy experience, to the point even of, Bruce Greenwood and I running into each other while we're crossing the big sale room of the San Diego Convention Center at Comic-Con. And I'm like, Bruce Greenwood, he's like, yeah. I'm like, hey, man, you're a fine Captain Pike, but nowhere, man, should have kept going. And he's like, you're awesome. Thank you. And I'm like, oh, that's great. So, no, man, it's how can you not still be a fan of this shit? When
I know.
you have experiences like that. Yeah.
Willie, I don't know
Yes.
if you guys can't hear each other, but
I'm reading the subtitles.
oh, well,
Oh, can you hear me?
He can't. I don't know why he can't hear.
No worries, man. No, talk to Willie. It's all good.
So I'm gonna ask Willie, because Willie, you say something. Say hello.
Hello.
Okay, you're live. People can hear you.
I'm gonna grab a drink. I'm just winking out the camera while I grab a drink. Forgive me.
Go. Please grab a drink.
Thank you.
Go ahead. So John will be back. Willie. So let me ask you this. When did you know that you were an imagination connoisseur? When did you know that you love science fiction, fantasy, and horror? Did you have a gateway drug into the whole thing?
I like I was telling you earlier, it was that summer of 1992.
Right.
And I wanted to start making
So that
comics.
was really the beginning of it? You didn't have any inklings before that?
Well, I mean, I always loved watching science fiction and stuff, but I actually, I got into writing around that time. And I was like, you know what? I want to take all this and I want to make comic books. And I would study even science so I can try and write good science fiction. So it's like all that stuff just came together. And and it's just, and I just was, it's like that love from science fiction was almost from in utero. Because my mom was an original Trekker and my dad was like,
oh, Trekker, nicely done. Well done. Yes, sir.
And my dad was like really into like other things of sci-fi as well. So it was just like one of our things our family would always bond over was watching the original Star Trek, the Star Wars trilogy. Like that was the thing. Like not even some of my brothers are that nerdy, but that was where we bonded with Star Wars. So it's like it's kind of hard to say there is a certain point, but the best I can say is like when I wanted to be imagination connoisseur was when I wanted to start making it myself and writing and making comics.
Sure. I love that. Well, listen, I need to also take a bit of a break. So, if you don't mind, I'm going to change out John. I'm going to I too need to take a bit of a moment. So, can you all like
do you want me to drive while you're taking a break? You want me to talk?
Yeah, why not? Can you do that?
Sure, I feel bad that I can't talk to Willie, but
yeah,
well, I don't know why you guys can't speak to each other. So, Willie, would you mind if I try to bring someone else on?
Yeah.
All right, well, I want to thank you for being here, Willie. It's been great to talk to you. And thank you for being an imagination connoisseur.
Thank you.
And thank you for being here. I'm going to let you go and see if I can bring someone else on.
Okay.
And then, because I need to take a bit of a whizzer.
I respect that, son. I did the same while I was grabbing my drink.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I will see if someone else, by the way, can come on. I don't know if they can, but hang on. I will change that up. If you guys want to, hang on. I'm going to go here and put the link in the live chat once again, and I will let this happen. I'll let it fly, guys. If you want to be in the show, you can be. There is the live stream once again. I want to thank Willie for being on. Like, John, isn't this crazy? Like, live, who knows who's going to show up, by God. I will say this.
College radio in the best way.
Echo Base Network sends in a super chat and says, how do I get on Midnight Metal? Do you use Rendezvous? I do, and I just sent out the link. And I want you to be here, Nick. Tom Jackson Jr. sends in a tip and says, Rob, I'm not only an imagination connoisseur, I'm an imagination cunning linguist. That's how fucking metal I am.
Metal is, yes.
Tom Jr. Jackson, by God, you fucking are. And let's face it, in Free Enterprise in 1998, I do espouse my philosophy of ladies first, which usually is led by a cunning linguist philosophy. Remember, you know what? It's 45 degrees and 128 beats per minute down to 68 beats per minute. You know what I'm saying? You do the work. I'm just saying I don't know. So thank you. Destiny Captain sends in a super chat and says, would love to see you feature Rob Ager on Midnight Metal. I don't know Rob Ager, but why not? Do you know Rob, John?
I do not. No, I'm sorry.
Why not? Andrew Christie sends in a super chat and says, Midnight Metal. Rob, if I could package the ultimate imagination, you are it. You get it, brother. How metal is that? Well, you asked me, how metal is that? Well, let's think about this, John. Like, join with me now. It's Indeed. Fucking the most metal shit ever! God damn it! Fuck ah! Thank you. I really appreciate that.
Andrew, you should have on Midnight Metal is Mark Andreyko, my man.
Well, I know Mark.
I know you do.
I'm a big fan. I love Mark.
Mark and I'm a big fan.
We had a Schmodown team once. Blofeld's cat. He's a great guy. I should. He would be a great person to have been great. Comic Quirks with Jimmy sends in the super chat again. My internet connection crashed, but it says session full. Well, there was. No one's apparently coming on now. Maybe they... Oh, wait. Hold on, John. We have Nick. Nick, my brother Nick from Echo Base Network is here for Midnight Metal. Oh, my... Nick, can you hear me? Fuck yeah, yes, we can. God damn it. You can hear him, right?
Yep, I see and hear him.
All right, well, Nick... I know. Well, God damn it.
It's all right, man.
Man, let me just tell you, I don't care, Nick. You're a great man, and we are happy to have you. I think this is the first time you've been on the Burnettwork, and let me just
Cheers.
bring you on. God damn it! Here is Nick from Echo Base Network, and you can hear John Siuntres, right?
Yes, I can.
All right. Well, listen, I'm gonna get up. I must
do it.
leave. You guys are gonna talk right now, right?
Sounds good, man.
Yes.
All right.
So the chat's saying no audio for me.
What do you mean no audio from you?
'Cause
Hang
I
on,
can hear
speak. Nick, say something.
Testing 1 2.
No, you're there. Come on, you're there.
Okay. All right. They say only see Rob and John at the moment.
Yeah.
Oh,
well,
there I am.
Oh,
I'm
okay,
gonna go.
there you
I'll be right back. Just give me
All right, Rob.
seconds.
All good, buddy.
Seconds.
No worries.
How's it going, John?
It's good, Nick. Nice to meet you. Absolutely. So, are you part of John's Campia's crew, or?
No. Well, we have actually made videos being very critical of John Campia.
Oh, that's okay.
So
and forgive me for not knowing your. I've heard Rob mention your handle before. But yeah, tell me about you.
Yeah, so we are actually blocked on the John Campia show. so our comments do not show up over there. And the thing is, I don't know why, because I've always been nice. I've been critical, but I've always been respectful. I've always been nice. I like John Campia for the most part. I don't agree with everything he says.
Yeah, of course.
I've thrown my criticisms out there, but I haven't, been crazy with it or anything like that. And so yeah, we are blocked, and I cannot, I can't. Nobody sees my comments on this video.
What's the name of your show? And like, is it Echo Base everything?
Yeah. So it's Echo Base Network. It's run by me and my buddy who we've been friends since middle school. And we started the channel 2 years ago. We're slowly creeping up on 20,000 subs. We did our first feature film documentary, not being film guys at all. We did a documentary on the sequel trilogy. Robert Meyer Burnett actually was very helpful in that whole process. It was our first time actually doing a documentary. We had a music guy who did all the music for the whole thing. Doomcock did the narration for it.
Fun
script, like the whole works. Like, it was actually a real thing. We were shopping it around to several film festivals.
Wonderful.
All that sort of thing, and then of course the
dreaded COVID.
The COVID hit.
I hear you.
So everything kind of got put on pause and that sort of thing. So we were going to try to get it on Netflix and do all this stuff, and so we've kind of moved past that. We just kind of released a special edition with kind of like a follow-up segment to the documentary. With the everything that's gone on with the Mandalorian and the return of Luke Skywalker and all that sort of stuff. But our next documentary is going to be on the rise and fall of LucasArts gaming.
Cool. Very cool.
Mauler, I don't know if you know who Mauler is.
Oh my God, that's fucking metal.
I heard Rob.
Yeah. Fuck yeah, I'm not even on camera. That's goddamn metal. Love it.
But
no,
Mahler's,
that's great that you're doing this with LucasArts. Yeah, man.
I'm back.
Mahler's doing
Hang
the
on,
narration.
I'm sitting down now.
And we got the narration recording from him, and we just got to start.
I hope you guys were incredibly entertaining. Were you entertaining?
I think we were.
We were trying. We were trying over here.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah, Nick and Coach.
He was telling us about the LucasArts documentary that they're working on.
I mean, first of all, Nick and Coach, Echo Base Network made, they made a documentary about the sequel trilogy. It's really good, and one of the things I love and what is fucking metal is when people dream shit up and then they do it.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Echo Base Network, you guys, Nick, you did it, man.
Yeah, and it's funny because Coach actually approached me with the idea of doing the documentary on the sequel trilogy back like probably 6 to 9 months before Rise of Skywalker came out, and I was like, oh, I don't know about that. Like we don't know anything about filming and doing a documentary. Like it's probably gonna suck. Like nobody's gonna watch it. We literally have less than 1,000 subs on our channel. And then
Who cares?
he talked me into it and was like, dude, look, but we can work on this thing, and have it like a narrator and, the whole, 9 yards. And by the time we get finished with it, Rise of Skywalker will just be coming out. We can finish the last part and then drop it right afterwards. And he talked me into it, and so we started working on it. It was a 9-month long project with a lot of ups and downs, a lot of fighting between me and him.
Sure,
on creativity, and Rob was very helpful. With our intro to the documentary, which the whole intro was really 100% based on Rob's input on it.
Well, look, you guys had
the
already
original
made
one was not what you see in the one that's out there now.
No, but what I would say is you sent me an intro. I gave you notes.
Yeah,
But you already made the intro. You already did the work. I just offered wise pearls. I'm like, you didn't have to. Yeah. I'm like, here's what you should do, and here's and John, you should weigh in on this.
And it was better. It was better.
It was better. It was better,
yeah.
but look, I have learned when I make films or whatever. And by the way, you can see Tango Shalom at the Miami Jewish Film Festival. We have many more festivals to announce, but just saying. But here's the thing. When you make something, anything, it presupposes that there's an audience to watch it. So if you're going to make a movie or a video or a YouTube stream or whatever, you have to take into consideration that there's an audience out there, even if you don't know who they are. You're making something for an audience, even when you go on like this. If I'm not entertaining, if fucking Midnight Metal's not fucking metal, you're not going to tune fucking in, man. Fuck yeah. So it has to be like, I at least have to do that every 30 minutes, or otherwise people I can't be like, hi, my name is Robert Burnett. Welcome to tonight's episode of
NPR. Good times. Metal. Good times. Yeah.
I mean, people will be like, "What the fuck?" I'm very happy you're here.
Yeah, we're drinking whiskey, doing lines of cocaine, and
well, I was going to say, at least strippers. But all right, there you go, boys.
Like, imagine me snorting lines of cocaine out of the ass of the most beautiful girl you've ever seen. That's what. No one would watch. People are like, "What the fuck?" I'm like, fuck yeah, I'm drinking whiskey. Fuck yeah. And you know what? It's all about, we're having fun here. YouTube is not some, like this show and my channel is, yes, it's erudite, and I appreciate imagination connoisseurs. But at the same time, there is an element of let's fucking party, man. Let's listen to fucking metal. Yeah. That's part of it too.
But Nick, I would also, forgive me, Rob. Finish.
And I lived that lifestyle for a while.
Me too. So the hookers weren't put in jail. Oh wait, what?
Yeah.
No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, I was out on tour with Grammy Award-winning artists. I was doing the whole music scene, all bouncing all over the country.
Wow.
In a tour bus, and all that sort of, like, I lived that lifestyle. That's why I'm single and not married at the age of 41.
Sorry.
Well, I used to be married. I'm not married now, but I have a great girlfriend. But yeah,
Elizabeth's awesome. I love her.
She's awesome.
Great.
Now let me ask John. Let me ask you guys. I'll ask you both. I mean, ultimately, we now live in a world where obviously social media, but the technology like Echo Base Network. I mean, you Nick and you John have, especially during the pandemic. I mean, John, you really stepped up your game, man. You got the interviews and you were like. were always on your videos are always on Facebook. You were interviewing people, and Nick, you made your documentary, and you joined the larger realm. If I could ask both of you, how do you feel that YouTube or social media has impacted what's happened to you guys in the last year? How has your lives been changed by social media?
I'll let you, John, go first.
Oh, okay. I would say that no, I did this Hail Mary. Nick, I come from traditional broadcasting. I used to work for CBS Radio here in Chicago and was part of Chicago radio for literally 30 years.
Yeah.
And I got downsized in April, started doing more video when the pandemic hit. But in April, I really had this choice of, all right, do I try and get another radio job, or do I really focus on Word Balloon and treat it like a full-time thing? And
which is yours, and you own it. You own it.
Yeah. Yeah. And and the great thing is, and I'm really glad you and everybody at EchoBase are making the stuff that you're making, because you shouldn't wait for a job opportunity to put all your effort in what you're doing. Rob has been doing it himself as well. And again, I started Word Balloon as a podcast to get other broadcasting jobs, but then it became its own thing. And really, in the last year, the audience really responded. My video audience is just a sliver of what I have on audio,
right?
And it's been very interesting learning that I am developing a different audience on video than I still maintain on audio.
John, what do you think the difference in that audience is between audio and video?
Well, there's definitely, I think, a bit of an age thing, but also I just think it's a different platform in the same way that, I really barely use SoundCloud. I use Spreaker as my audio platform. But
me too. Yes, I love Spreaker.
Oh, there you go. And and they came to me and they're like, I had already been doing Word Balloon for years, and they're like, hey, we'd like you to be part of our network. We'll take care of your costs for, what I was paying to Libsyn.
They'll put you into India.
Yes.
Spreaker will put you into India.
For real. And our Word Balloon was already a global product and stuff. But yeah, now with video, honestly, and it's the nicest compliment when people discover the channel and they're like, God, you have such few views. You have these amazing guests. And I'm like, don't worry. I'm new to video. I don't know how the algorithms work. All I can do is make good content, and I try to tag it right, but I'm still learning in terms of gathering the audience, Well, it's been great. It's been wonderful.
Nick, let me ask you the same question. You and I conversed and talked over a year ago, and now EchoBase Network has really grown, and people have talked to you. And how do you feel about the last year? During COVID and all that, when we're all home, how has EchoBase Network grown and become something new?
So when I reached out to you originally, Rob, when we started this whole project, we had less than 1,000 subs.
Right.
By
the way, can I just say, when people reach out to me, I never look at their subs. I never. It makes no difference to me when someone reaches out to me. I figure that alone is worth something. Like, you find me, you reach out to me. I never who is this person? I feel that if you reach out to me, you're worthy of respect. Now watch, I'm going to get 1,000. But when you, but I believe that because the people that are on social media, they reach out, they're already doing something. Like, you were already doing something. Yeah. And so I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Oh no, you're good. So yeah, when we originally reached out to you, we were literally a nobody channel. In the grand scheme of things, we're still a nobody channel. But
come on, man. I don't think you're nobodies.
A little less than 20K subs is not, the grand, like, oh my God, we're PewDiePie over here, anything,
But in your minds, you are. 200 million subscribers. Come on. The entire
me,
planet Earth.
Me and Coach are very humble people. Like, we are not too high on ourselves, on things. We're very humble. We come from very humble backgrounds. So, and that's why we do live pop-in sessions on our Saturday night live streams and let anybody in the chat, sort of like, what you did, posting a link and let me come in here.
Yeah, man.
We do that with anybody that's in our chat on Saturday nights. Like, hey, come share your opinion. If you got a disagreement, come in and chat with us. Just be respectful.
I just started doing. I realized I had the technology, and I just started in the last couple weeks doing this. I love it. Like today, I thought on Robservations, it was not a big day, and I'm like, wow, this guy Ori comes on who'd watched his channel for a long time, and I mean his action figure select. I'm like, bruh,
I watched it.
Oh, you saw his.
I'm like the black guy, and
he was awesome, and like
great action figures,
like his collection. I love the top of his D-tops where he had a. And his
Transformers and
his philosophy of each one of his cases was a splash page. And I'm like, oh my god! His action figure philosophy. I'm like, that was dope. I'm like, oh my god, I love that. And it never, by the way, it never occurred to me that somebody would. His philosophy of action figure posing was, I want my cases to each case to look like a splash page on a comic book. And I'm like, that's just genius. I never heard that before. And, I stream with Justin all the time and but that philosophy, and when he showed us what he had done, I'm like, to me, this was joy. Yeah. I'm like, this is why I do YouTube, because he's in Texas, he's in Dallas. He says, I watched your channel for a long time. I never have met him. He's written me a few letters, but I didn't know him. And now when he showed me his collection, I'm like, oh my God, you and I, my friend, are birds of a fucking feather. And that's what YouTube is all about.
I was going to say exactly, Rob. The great thing about video is, and the ability to do these kinds of things is, the only other experience that we've had like that is either being at a comic shop or running into each other at conventions and stuff. And now to actually see people's rooms, their game rooms and their nerd rooms and stuff, it's truly one of the best things about your presentation. And I really, I mean, it's so great, and literally worldwide. Dieter and all these guys.
Oh my God.
Incredible rooms.
I didn't know Dieter. So Nick, you did a documentary, what, is it a year ago now?
A little over a year ago. We just released a special edition just like 2-3 months ago, where we added a fifth part to it, kind of catching up with where we are today. And we had a different narrator for that section of it, because Doomcock is so busy. It's so hard to get him to do something, and that sort of thing. But yeah, so we just recently released a special edition version of it with a fifth segment of it
on your channel, Nick, or is it? Are you selling it?
No. We released it for free. We didn't raise any money for it. Everything we paid for out of our own pockets, and a lot of people helped us out. Doomcock, of course, was nice enough to do the narration. We had a music guy, Samuel Kim, who you can find on YouTube, who does all his own stuff. Star Wars Theory does a lot of his music stuff and uses a lot of it. It's Star Wars-esque music without being the exact same thing, so you can kind of get around the little copyright, claims and that sort of thing.
Well, hey, gents, let me ask you a question. So I'm getting super chats and things. I want to weigh in because I have you guys. It's a great privilege to have you guys. So people are sending in super chats and tips. Let me ask you this. Andrew Christie says, I might have already said this. Midnight Metal. Rob, if I could package the ultimate imagination, you are it. You get it, brother. How metal is that? Well, I think it's fucking metal. Let me just say that. Yes. I think I already said that once before, but I read it again because it makes me feel good. But anyway, so Comic Quirk said his internet crashed.
Yep.
Richard K says, Rob, what are your thoughts? And I throw this out to the two of you. What are your thoughts on the Rush Hour movies? And could Tucker and Chan return for Rush Hour 4? What are your thoughts? What do you guys think?
Go ahead, Nick.
All right, so I love Chris Tucker. Chris Tucker is
I do
fucking
too.
metal. I
He's
fucking
green.
love him.
He's green.
Yeah, he is hilarious. Like one of my favorite comedy movies is Money Talks with him and Charlie Sheen,
which
love
is Brett
that
Ratner,
movie.
Right? Early Brett Ratner.
Oh, that's funny.
So Rush Hour I absolutely love, but the movies got worse as they went along for me. So the first one was fucking kick ass. Like I loved the first one. The second one, it was good. I liked it. Third one, it was decent, not as good as the second and first one. So it's like they got worse as they went along for me personally. And if I would love for them to do another one because I love Jackie Chan. I love Chris Tucker. I love that movie series. But if we did get another one, I wouldn't have high expectations for it. But I would definitely watch it. Definitely watch it.
Yeah, I think, again, it's tough with sequels. Each progressive sequel, I mean, no, it's a big challenge to keep it going and keep the vibe and the energy going and stuff. But I think the two of them have great chemistry. I in particular love the first two movies. And yeah, I mean, it's a combination I never would have thought of as a prospective film producer, but I'm glad it happened. And I think with the right material, absolutely. So I think, and they're young enough that, I mean, Jackie's certainly not a young man anymore, but he's certainly physically capable. And God only knows what we're going to get with Indy 5 and how they're going to present 79-year-old Harrison Ford.
79-year-old Harrison Ford. Like, I mean, I think, being the elder statesman role, but seriously, like, it's so weird to me that that's what they want to do.
Well,
like of all, it's fine, it's cool. By the way, James Mangold is a great director. If anyone can pull it off, he can. But like, I don't. Do we want to see? I don't want to see a 79 Indiana Jones wearing the same like clothes and the fedora hat. Like, I want him to evolve.
I hear you,
79. Man, it's so weird. Like, it's a bizarre. Like, let's make is making that movie good. Like, I look.
Oh, that's very interesting, guys. I love it. I love that we disagree about this. Go on.
I mean, like, I look. I would love to see a great Indiana Jones movie where he's 79 and he is. And I'm not saying that he shouldn't be, but a 79-year-old guy cannot be the same guy that he was in 1936 in Temple of Doom. Like, he's now in the 70s. Like, what do you do? How do you make that palatable for? And I get it. A corporate's like, yes, we're gonna make a 5th Indiana Jones movie. I'm like, your star's 79.
You really need to hurry. Absolutely. But guys, I wonder, going back, and listen, it was a shit movie, League of Extraordinary Gentlemen, but flashes of Connery throwing a roundhouse punch at somebody in a same kind of age, it still worked for me. And I think Harrison Ford has that, again, gravitas to pull it off.
Look, I agree with you, but the very idea of it's like a person. Well, here's what I object to: what they're not doing, and I'm the viceroy of verisimilitude, right?
Indeed.
I wonder, like, people grow in age and they change. And when you're 79 years old, most people are like, I can't believe I'm 79. I can't believe I'm here. And with Indiana Jones, he's in great physical shape, but Marion Ravenwood and when a guy's 79, like in what universe can he pick up a bullwhip or a gun or anything? And it's not because I'm prejudiced against old people. I'm like, from a storytelling standpoint, how do you make that work?
Rob, I'll tell you, and I'm trying to remember which comic it was James Robinson's Starman. And they had a great crossover.
Such a great, I have all the hardcovers. So great. What a great
Unbelievable.
run.
And I love Tony and I love James. They're incredible men that created this series. But they had a great crossover with the Golden Age Sandman. And they had Wesley Dodds in his 80s, perhaps even 90s, because of course he was a World War II vet.
Right.
And there's this great confrontation with whatever supervillain they were fighting. And Wesley had to put the gas mask back on and save Jack Knight, a young Starman.
Yep.
And it's like that, just the audacity. And it's a tall order, but as you said, if anyone could do it, I really believe in James Mangold. The guy is just
absolutely. I totally agree. But it's just, I wonder. Like, here's what I don't get. I mean, everyone loves Indiana Jones, and I think that Kingdom of the Crystal Skull did damage to the franchise.
Agreed.
It lessened the same way that the last 3 episodes of Game of Thrones wrecked. I mean, but wrecked a 10-year franchise work. Like, it really diminished that bad ending really harmed the franchise. The same way I believe that Star Trek Discovery and Picard has wrecked Star Trek.
Absolutely.
Like, wrecked it.
Well, I think injured it, but I hear you. Yeah.
But I mean, but yes, injured it.
And that's how I feel about Indiana Jones. Every bad movie, every franchise, every bad movie is 2 years away from a correction. Honestly, with all the mistakes that the DC films have made, and everyone, like I remember back in the late 90s, Batman and Robin, it ruined Batman. They're never going to make a Batman movie. I'm like, yeah, bullshit.
Yeah,
I'm like, we're 2 years away from course correction. Everything's going to be fine. And
it
so
seems like they've been course correction for like the last 5 years, though. It's like,
oh yeah,
they're all over the place. I don't even know what WB's even doing for their DC universe. It's like they got 3 different universes going on,
it is pretty crazy.
No, I agree. But yeah, I mean, that's the thing. So the indie movie, I think it's going to be really interesting what direction it takes and what form it takes. Because, yeah, you're right. It is a challenge. How do you present an action hero that's clearly past his prime to that degree?
I mean, and I love Indiana Jones, but Last Crusade was 1989.
Oh, yeah.
And that was the end of a great trilogy. Then they do Kingdom of the Crystal Skull, which was what it was. But
yeah, it was crap.
Anyway, by the way, there's some super chats and tips. Midnight Mike says, drunk RMB is metal as fuck. As hell. You're right. You're right. And I am particularly drunk tonight. So fuck yeah. Anyway,
I really like that the 3 of us are talking like this, because this reminds me of sports radio.
No, this is it, again, man.
Another great thing of the innovation.
Did Rob just do West Coast?
Fuck yeah, dude. Richard K sends in a nice super chat and says, I don't know if you've ever played the original Mass Effect games. Some of the best stories and gameplay in video game history.
True.
If you have, do you think they would make a good movie?
Absolutely.
I'm burping throughout all this. First
I've done this. I've done that.
I agree. The Mass Effect games are great. And by the way, Star Trek Picard ripped them off horribly. Mm-hmm. Terrible. I think the Mass Effect games would in fact make, Nick, what do you think? Good movies?
I think that would definitely make good movies, but I think what would make even better movies than Mass Effect is the Uncharted series.
Well, but they're doing that. We're getting that.
Yeah,
well,
But is it gonna live up to? Is it gonna live up to what we got in the games? Like video, the trek of video game movies, Rob.
Dude,
like it does not have a good track record.
I look. I've said this often. The first Uncharted video game kind of changed my life. When I got the first, I just gotten divorced after my marriage. I got divorced, and it was a game I bought, the first Uncharted, and it was the very first time that that a video game ensorcelled me. The characters were great, the performances were great, the gameplay was great. It was the one video game I played for 13 or 14 hours straight and finished from straight to end. I was so enamored of the game. I loved the characters. And everything they did, I mean, this has to have been 2006, 2007.
Yeah, it was a long time ago.
Yeah, and I'm like, I'd never done that before. And I loved it. I was like, this game, I love the characters. I love the people. I was invested. And I sat there in my little apartment, and I had a giant TV in a little apartment. And I'm like playing this game. I'm like, my God, I love this. This game was fucking metal, but it was so much fun. I'm like, oh, I love this game. And when I finished it, I felt lost. I literally was like, what do I do now? And it was an entire day. It was not like it was weeks. It was like one day. I started like 9 a.m. and played till like midnight. I'm like, I'm finally done. And I looked around. There was no fireworks. No one said anything. I'm like, oh, so video games, you just finish them and you're done.
Did you play the second one?
Oh, yes. I played.
Where it's hanging off the train, off the side of the mountain.
Dude, so good. Up to 4. Up to 4.
Yeah.
And I love the whole franchise, and they're making a movie. But, at the end of the day, look, I think Tom Holland, I love him, but Nathan Drake to me was like 35.
Yeah, 100%.
I'm like, why is Tom Holland playing him? And I don't want to be that guy, but at the end of the day, I'm like,
yeah, I'm not buying it.
I maybe he'll look good, but I'm like, that's not Nathan Drake.
No.
Who thought, like, look, I understand you have to cast an actor that brings in money, but I'm like, the Nathan Drake of the franchise, when I played that first game for 14 hours and finish it straight through, is not some young dude.
Yeah,
it's like when Ben Affleck was Jack Ryan. I just felt he was too young after coming off of the Alec Baldwin movie and the 2 movies with Harrison Ford.
Yeah,
it's like this is a kid. Although I love the Amazon show.
But I have to say, I gotta tell you, I love like John. I fucking first of all, Hunt for October. I love. And Clear and Present Danger. I love.
They're amazing.
Clear and Present Danger is one of my all-time favorite movies.
It's so good.
Love it.
That's the Potomac 2-step, Jack. But what I do love the Sum of All Fears. Because you know what? The more I watch it,
too, but
I don't hate it.
It's actually really good. And as a Clancy fan, I hate the fact that I don't live in a world where where Harrison Ford was not the president of the U.S. and we got executive orders.
Yeah, man.
Mm-hmm.
I fucking love that book. Well, and why, after Patriot Games and Clear and Present Danger and the de facto Tom Clancy, not Tom Clancy, Air Force One. And then Sum of All Fears, okay, fine, great, young Jack Ryan, fine. But why didn't we get executive orders? Mace Neufeld, why didn't you make that movie? How can you not make that movie?
Didn't we get executive order with Steven Seagal and who was in it?
That was executive decision.
executive decision.
But executive orders was when
which was like a really bad Passenger 57.
No, and you don't bet on black. But you know what bums me out about the films is that, like, my God, executive orders when he becomes president. What's crazy is in that book, which, by the way, is a Tom Clancy nerd. The end of Debt of Honor, which no one ever did. It was about a new war with Japan, economics. But at the end of that book, Japanese terrorists fly an airliner into Congress, into the Capitol, while everyone's assembled, and Jack Ryan is the most high-ranking person left alive.
Yeah.
But then a show that Keanu Reeves was in did the same shit. They totally
Sutherland, not Keanu. Right?
Oh yeah,
Survivor.
No, did I say Keanu? No, Kiefer. Yes,
Kiefer. Yeah.
Sutherland.
It's all right.
I'm sorry, I'm drunk.
It's late, buddy. Yeah,
Kiefer Sutherland. Right. I mean, and
which was awesome in Young Guns.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking. Look, hang on. Here's my Jack Bauer figure. So I do know. Look, there he is. 24. I do have. I know Kiefer Sutherland. Yeah. And by the way, if you look at this head sculpt, it's pretty damn good. Like,
do you really know Kiefer?
I don't.
Oh, okay. Because I was gonna say, I without naming names, a good friend of mine back in the day was in the Young Guns films and was telling me, unfortunately, while Kiefer was dating Julia Roberts, they hired real hookers to be the barmaids in the Young Guns movies. And Julia visited the set and came to visit Kiefer. And a lot of times it was the other actor's responsibility to keep Julia away from Kiefer so he could sneak off and have fun, which is,
Well, if you're dead or alive, come on.
Yeah.
But anyway.
Not surprised by that in the slightest.
I think the reason why we didn't get executive decision was the simplicity of Air Force One, which I like on a gut level, but what bothers me about Air Force One is it felt as I watched it, especially in the theater, that I'm like, this movie is going to be so easy to translate into other languages because everyone was acting over the top. Glenn Close, I had never seen her more over the top than as the Vice President of Air Force One. And I'm like, if I'm watching this in Italian or Japanese or Russian or name your foreign language from an American standpoint, I'm like, this is going to be very easy to make.
I agree totally. And it bums me out that we didn't get that.
Yeah, I think that's why, man. I think that's why. But no, he's amazing. He's the best Jack Ryan. Of course he is.
Well, yeah. And it's funny because I do like Sum of All Fears. It's very different, but as an action movie and all that, I think that, look, you know what's really funny? Like, working in the entertainment business, I feel sympathy for people. I like, and Ben Affleck is a guy that has been in show business literally since he was a young kid.
Yep.
Boston with Ben Affleck, Matt Damon.
Yeah.
And I feel that Ben Affleck is someone worthy of all of our respect.
I agree.
It's a lifelong thing. He's a very smart guy, and he directed 4 films. Whether it's The Town, whether it's his first, what was his first movie? It was fuck.
I don't know either. Yeah.
And then he did Argo. He directed Argo, which won Best Picture. And then he did Live by Night.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Mallrats.
He was in that.
Yeah,
he didn't direct that, but he was in that. And I'm like, he's a guy that has won an Academy Award for screenwriting for
the Robin Williams Damon movie.
the Good Will Hunting.
Oh yeah,
he won an Academy Award for that, and like he's one of the great like multi-hyphenates and multi-hyphenates.
Yeah.
It's like listen. It's just what I want to say in this Academy Award weekend is that Ben Affleck is a multi-hyphenate. Let me just say, yeah, he's a multi-hyphenate, and you look at his work, it's exemplary. It's amazing.
Yes,
and it really is.
And he doesn't get the respect he deserves. Absolutely, buddy.
No, there's still like it's like he's still Geely or like I
or
had
even
sex
sad
with
Batman. The sad Batman meme. Good Christ.
Yeah, I'm like, Ben Affleck is a man to respect on every level, every fucking level.
And he's a great Batman, by the way.
Oh my God! I mean, and he makes a great hot toy, and he's gonna be in the Flash
was in Field
movie.
of Dreams, which a lot of people don't know. He was. In
I didn't remember that he was in Field of Dreams. What was he in that, Nick?
He was one of the fans at the game.
I had no idea.
He wasn't in the credits, but he was in the movie.
That's cool. That's very cool.
Let me, guys, since you're here, there's been people are firing it. By the way, thank you all so much for supporting this nightly thing. I had no idea that people would love Midnight fucking Metal. I had no idea.
Yeah.
So thank you for that.
Rob,
by the way,
so
guys, the two of you, give me your best Midnight Metal. Come on, fucking come on, give it to me. Come on,
Metal.
Midnight fucking Metal. Yeah, gentlemen, thank you. So, 666 sends a super chat and says, "We need more data quotes about being second in command." Well, all right, I have to dig those up, but I agree with you. I mean, Data was people were racist against androids. I know.
I loved Data in the two-parter with Worf joining the Klingons. And
Redemption Part 1 and 2. That was the end of season 4.
Redemption Part 2. That when he takes command of that ship and he's dealing with First Officer Prick, that absolutely hates him.
Hates him because you're an android. Oh, it's so good, so good.
Oh, it's really Data's finest command moment when he exposes that.
I was just waiting for him to bitch slap that dude the whole time. Like I'm like. Data could literally wreck this dude,
But you know what's funny?
Strength and,
but he doesn't, and he proves he was right.
Oh yeah,
and so that episode's so great when he proves he's right. The guy's like, "Well, I have nowhere to go. Like the android just defeated me," and at the end of the day, quintessential Star Trek is when somebody proves their worth. You can't.
Well, again, and just like man, I keep shit hammering Picard, but the way Maddox in that episode of Measure of the Man, the way he transforms, and he's quite remarkable. And the judge is like, "You just said it was a he. Do you realize what you just said?" And that was all out the window, and it's so fucking frustrating that just what they did to Maddox and Icheb and Hugh. In the course of Star Trek Picard, it frustrates the shit out of me. And Rob, honestly, it's like you and I are like teammates, and Nick is likely like that too.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Room, and so many comic book people that I absolutely respect as storyteller writers are like, I liked it, or that didn't bother me, and I'm like, Jesus Christ.
I know. I'm with you 100%. By the way. Mala became a member of the channel. Steve Foley sends in a super chat and says, "We love you here, Nick and Coach."
Awesome, thank you.
Well,
yeah. We actually got a lot of people from the Post-Geek Singularity that have come over to Echo Base Network, and even though we're a Fandom Menace channel. In the very beginning, in the early stages of our channel, like we really got hated on, especially on Rob's Facebook group. But after people got to know us, and realized that we weren't some toxic hate group, people were like, okay, these guys really aren't that bad. That's a Phantom Menace channel, and they're actually not that bad.
What's so funny to me is that, I don't think I've ever felt more love in my life than from Phantom Menace channels. It's so funny. I am not part of the Phantom Menace because I wasn't on YouTube. I couldn't have been part of it, But what's so funny is I personally have felt so welcomed by all of you, like everybody. Yeah. And look, Az and I we've streamed together for like almost a year. Like almost a year. And there are people like, well, you and Az are different politically. I'm like, are we? Like, are we really? And I'm like, we did 18 prisoner streams. We've done 21 streams. So we're at like almost a year of doing streams. And people are like, well, Az and you. I'm like, look, what Az does on different channels is not my concern. I don't care. Like, is like when we do channels, I love that guy. I love Az. I love heel versus babyface. I love that guy. Love him. And I'm like, why would you write me and say, well, Az said, I'm like, I don't care what anybody says on anyone else's channels. They're their own people. We're all individuals. On our show, we talk about action figures.
Yeah.
Dude, do you like that? Like hot toys. Like if Az wants to be like even me, like right now, if I were to try and apply to a job, like say someone like, well, we want you to work for IBM and HR is looking at my social media presence, and the only thing they had was tonight's stream, and they see me going, fuck yeah, fucking metal, dude. Have me some more fucking whiskey. Fuck yeah.
Speaking of, I'm about to have to go get me a refill.
Do you think I'm going to get that fucking job? Would I get that job? Oh, we're going to hire that guy. Fuck yeah.
Yeah. He's going to be drunk all the time. Fuck yeah, metal. He's going to be shit.
Rob, as my dear friend Greg Rucka used to say, and still says, nuance and complexity of human beings is out the window. It's a black and white world. It's really a shame. And that is, I'm the same way as you, man. I don't consider myself a troll or a hater when I get frustrated by Star Trek or even to a lesser degree, new Star Wars. But, it's like, it's okay. And also we can agree to disagree. And especially coming from sports radio, it's like, believe me, it's a Cub and Sox, town. It's New York Mets versus New York Yankees. That's okay. And we can have a fun, spirited debate about what's good and what's shit without hating each other. But unfortunately, there has been this weird toxicity on, and I always hate saying this because I feel like our former president, on both sides. But it's true. It's getting shitty on both sides, and it's a shame.
Well, let me ask you, John, you have a really long career in broadcasting. You've interviewed so many people.
Really long.
Like, where do you think, like my position on this channel is, I always say that every single human being is, in the infinitude of the universe, the only one of them that exists. And I actually am very I think the world is great. I think agree. It's amazing to be alive. Now, what do you think? I mean, how do you feel? You've been in Chicago is one of the great American cities. You know Chicago. You know the people of Chicago.
Yeah.
And as a litmus test, well, for America, how do you feel about the next 10 or 20 years? Are you optimistic?
Well, I think we'll get through it. Just, again, being a person that was born in 1964 and living through the trials of the late 60s and the 70s. And I do think it's a pendulum. I do think mores go back and forth. I do think as both correct on the left and as outraged by the correctness on the right, as that storm continues, I think normalcy will eventually go enough. And I think truly the election was a good example of that. Now, it didn't settle everything, and we're still seeing resistance from both sides of the way culture wars currently exist. And no one should claim victory or defeat because it's an ever-changing thing. But I do think that decency and acceptance is really inbred in all of us, because my dad, if I may very briefly, was a Reagan and Nixon Republican. Okay. And when he met homosexual people for the first time, he was shocked at how normal they were. And he came home and he owned a bar, and this gay couple frequented his bar, and he's like, they're really nice guys. They're like us. I mean, literally was his thing. And I was a 17-year-old kid, and I'm like, okay, Dad. And it really, I really loved my father so much at that moment where it's like, that's it. I mean, and again, it's just basic decency of, well, these are decent people. They're not, their existence isn't hurting me. So I really do believe at the end of the day that there are more of us than people who think otherwise.
I agree with you 100%. I honestly believe
that's why we're good acquaintances, if not friends, bud.
Yeah, so, and I think what's so funny to me is that, Nick, I mean, how do you feel about, like, and look, I can't stand it. As a singing fan. I mean, I can't stand the fact that our stories, even like our big comic book franchise stories, are being subverted with ridiculous identity politics. I get so angry because the stories themselves are compromised, and that's what kills me.
And then when the studios and the people involved attack the fans and make them out to be racist, sexist, bigots for not liking their movies. I mean, when you're attacking the very people that are paying you money, that want to literally throw money at you because they love the IP so much. I mean, where do you go from there? And that's really what birthed the Fandom Menace, and the Fandom Menace isn't some sort of cult organization led by some supreme leader. Our channel is very different from other Fandom Menace channels. Very, very different.
How would you define that difference?
All right, so Jeremy, he was live streaming tonight also while you were live streaming after you started Midnight Metal, along with another channel that I love watching, the Game Chasers, who's like a video game thing take on American Pickers, which is a great channel, Game Chasers. Yeah, definitely check them out if you guys haven't checked out Game Chasers.
Thank you. And Nick, I got your channel already marked and everything, so
awesome. Thank you. I would love to get your thoughts on our documentary.
Nick, absolutely.
Man. Yeah. So Jeremy even said tonight, because I was super chatting him tonight, and he was like, Echo Base, like, I love what you guys are doing over there. You guys bring a positive side to the Fandom Menace. He was like, I'm not going to do that, but somebody needs to do that. And I love you guys for doing that, because we do try to keep things positive, because the whole goal with Coach and I is we are Fandom Menace. We agree with the concept of it, of taking back the IPs that we love and making them great again. It's the old Trump slogan, make America great again, make Star Wars great again, and so
it would make more money.
Yeah, so we really just want Star Wars to be great again, but instead of harping on Kathleen Kennedy every single video, putting laser eyes on the thumbnails and all that sort of stuff, we really, our focus is what we love about Star Wars. Like we bring people on that share their Star Wars stories, that share their stories on how they became Star Wars fans. We bring people on that love The Last Jedi, even though me and Coach think it's the worst movie ever made, And so the thing is, we don't hate on people, and we welcome other opinions We've had Rob on the show. We've had the amazing Lucas on there, Jeremy, EVS, Ethan Van Sciver, for those of you that don't know EVS, and so many other different people with different opinions and that sort of
you
thing.
guys, you guys are really. I mean, you guys really do talk about diversity. You bring all kinds of people on your channel, and you don't judge anyone. You give people a forum to talk. It's great.
What concerns me about the complaints about the wokeness is everything gets thrown in the same laundry machine or washing machine.
Yeah.
And I think there are just I think all three, Ray, Poe Dameron, and Finn, there was the potential to tell good stories about these characters.
Oh, absolutely.
It always boils down to bad writing.
I am 100%.
Star Trek, the problems with new Star Wars, the problems with some new comics. It's bad writing because I'll tell you one thing I do like, and I'm sure that it drives some in Comicsgate crazy, but what DC has done with their current status quo, I think has had some very interesting ideas. And I like the idea of the new Batman being black. And because it doesn't exclude what Bruce Wayne is doing. That's where I think the big mistake was, even with Marvel, when they tried to push their legacy characters, and you had Amadeus Cho as a Hulk, and you had Riri Williams as the new Ironheart, and all these things. They did that, and they pushed the classic versions to the side, and you can't do that. You can't.
Yeah, and made them like bad.
Right.
Like there was some insinuation that their classic characters were not like good enough. And
or tired, or people were tired of them. And it's like, no, there's a reasonable. I had this argument with people from Marvel. I'm like, there's a reasonable expectation for a consumer to buy an Iron Man comic book and read about Tony Stark. Yeah. I like Riri Williams. I told Brian Bendis, the creator of Riri Williams, I like her as a character. I don't like that she's taken over the book.
Right.
And I thought that, and again, that's different from, hey, for a while, Sam Wilson's going to be Captain America. And it's like, well, that's an interesting proposition.
Yeah.
Now, and again, and Steve was never off camera. The guy who handled it best was Jason Aaron. When Jason Aaron made Jane Foster Thor, he still had the Odin son. You were still following original Thor's story. And he really split the book in half. That's what you've got to do when you try to introduce some of these new characters. And that's what's lost on a lot of the movie and TV people. Batwoman is a mess. And that's a real disservice to Greg Rucka and J.H. Williams, who created the original version of Batwoman.
I couldn't even get through the third episode of Batwoman. I started episode 1, watched it all. Episode 2, watched it all.
It's
halfway through episode 3, I was like, oh man, I can't do it anymore.
It's horrid.
I can't watch this.
And it's too bad, man, because really, Batwoman in the comics was treated with respect and an addition to the Bat universe. But again, unfortunately, you can't bat 1,000. And I think mostly the CW shows are effective in what they do. But Batwoman is, I'm sorry, just one of the ones that suck.
No, it's bad. By the way, 666 sends in a super chat and says, LucasArts was so epic and sad.
Yes. Yeah. I can't wait, man. That's great. You're making this movie.
Oh, it's great.
So the thing is, so one of mine and Coach's favorite gaming series of all time was the X-Wing and TIE Fighter series.
So good.
Sure.
LucasArts games.
Sure.
The flight simulators, basically leading all the way up to Hoth, and then it takes over with TIE Fighter from Hoth in between Empire. Then you got X-Wing Alliance that takes place after Empire, all the way up to the Battle of Endor. Flight simulator, great missions, great story, a lot of in-depth stuff. The first time Thrawn was actually put into Star Wars lore and canon outside of the books in the TIE Fighter series. You had a lot of backstory with the Emperor, Darth Vader. It was great, and in the 90s, growing up with that stuff, those were great stories and great games. And when EA announced Squadrons, me and Coach were like all on board. We literally got in contact with one of the directors of the games over at EA and was going back and forth with him. Like, look, we want to really promote this game. Like, we're so pumped for it.
Oh, yeah.
Blah, 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 all that. The game came out. Identity politics out the yin-yang. Like, in your face.
Yeah, it's bad.
And I was like, oh, my God. Like, I had to force myself just to get through the story. And I'm like, this is terrible. It's absolutely terrible. And I was so pumped for that game. And it was the biggest disappointment.
Yeah, it's oh, dude. So all of this is so weird. Like, who are they appeasing?
Yeah.
Like, what's the thinking? Like, what do you want to have happen here?
Yeah.
Like your main like, are you gonna deny your main demographic who plays your games because of what? It's so weird. It's so bizarre. By the way,
literally the only white dude in the whole entire campaign was the bad guy. You know?
Yeah, and you're like, I get it.
I was like, man, what's going on here?
But here's the funny thing, like I think, like, who went to the moon? You know, look, human civilization is one atrocity after another. Great.
Yeah.
Okay. So people hate each other until right now.
Right.
How about, why don't we not hate each other today? Like, let's do something today. Like, all of us. Let's make it happen. Let's just do it.
Did you guys, I had never noticed, and then truly, I think I'm glad it came out during the whole 50th anniversary of the moon landing. All those great public television documentaries about the history of the space program.
Oh, you know, we live in a world where people are like, the moon landing was faked. And there's one video on YouTube that it's this guy, it's so great, where he talks about, like, in 1969, we didn't have the technology to fake the moon landing. We couldn't have faked it. Like, you know, we couldn't have faked it. They actually went there. And now, what I love is now the Japanese Kaguya probe or other, there are probes orbiting the moon that are photographing our landing sites. So people be like, finally, oh, okay.
Well, I hope Joe Rogan is seeing this footage, Rob, because that's the one thing about Joe Rogan.
I know.
A few things. But it's like, how are you a moon denier? Okay. It's
bizarre, and I like Joe Rogan, and
I mostly like his show. There are a few things about, again, everyone's complex. There's variants, but what I was going to say about the documentaries that I truly didn't know, and I'm glad it came out, about the black astronaut candidate that washed out.
Yeah,
and he didn't wash out. It really was kind of politics that drove him out, and that's a shame. And again, that's why For All Mankind, I love what they're doing.
Okay, you want to talk about inclusion?
Yeah.
My God, I was literally sitting on my bed in front of the TV watching the episode. I was like, please let the black woman save the planet Earth, please, please, please. And I'm like, I was so tense. I literally was like, I've never watched TV. I'm like, oh my fucking God. And I kept turning to Liz. I'm like, I can't. And she's like, she hasn't watched it. She doesn't know. She's like, what's going on? I'm like, this is the most tense shit I've ever seen in my fucking life. Oh my God. And she's like petting the dogs. And I'm like, oh my God. And she's like, what's going on? I'm like, you don't understand.
That's like, For All Mankind, truly, they've got people of color and women in these very strong roles.
Oh my God.
Right. I think they do it right.
Oh, it's the best. I mean, what's crazy about the show is I've never once thought about inclusion or like racism or whatever. The show's so good. But when you stop and think, like someone said to me today, well, have you ever stopped to think about the inclusion in For All Mankind? I'm like, and then when you start, I get what you're saying. I'm like, oh, like there's all, I'm like, most well, women mostly command mission control. I'm like, it never occurred to me. I'm like, and does it matter? Don't we want great entertainment and great shows?
Right.
Who cares what color people are? I don't give a fuck. I just want to see great shows. I'm like, I will watch them. I talked about them. Them's amazing. The main cast, by the way, it's harrowing and difficult to watch, but I'm like, I'm not going to like not watch a show because as a white man, I don't know what the plight of a black family is in 1953. Like, why would I not watch that? That's something I'll learn from. What? Why wouldn't it be good?
How about Hollywood? Did you guys watch Hollywood on Netflix? Did you watch that show about the golden age of Hollywood?
I have not.
I have not seen it.
Okay. I mean, and especially being an old movie buff and everything. And I appreciate the idea of, all right, these stories were happening and we didn't know about them. So let's hear about these stories.
And by the way, why would we? We're like the Flotsam and Jetsam. You know, in Hollywood, it's like people. What's funny is you exist in like a 4-block square of stuff. In New York, maybe it's 16 blocks. You all know each other, and it's all like, you know, every decision you made costs millions of dollars. Well, that's a tough life to lead.
Rob, I'm enjoying your relaxation mode right now. This is great.
Well, okay, I'm a little drunk and
That's all right.
I need wait, hang on. People are still sending in super chats. Thank you all for supporting the channel.
I'm getting a refill real quick, Rob.
Do it.
I'll be right back.
All right. Well, I'm gonna ask a question. Six. I said the Richard became a member. What you are? I didn't know. Mark Dorsey sends in a super chat and says, "Idris Elba Bond. What do you think?"
Oh, I really want it to happen. I'll be honest. First of all, like you were saying earlier about Tom Holland being too young for roles, I think Bond needs to be of a certain age. And I mean, I know Idris Elba obviously is probably pushing 50 or whatever. He is the most elegant badass I could think of, and that's what we need. And I think he'd be a wonderful Bond.
You know, it's funny to me because I'm always going back to the literary canonical, like, and now who cares? To me, I'm like,
because I'm like, way. I get that reflex. There was that story about the guy from Bridgerton was complaining that he didn't get to audition for Krypton to be Superman's grandfather.
Right.
And my first thought was, well, Superman's always been a white character. But then I got to be honest. I'm like, well, you can tell the story, and also, who's to say? I mean, he could have had a black grandfather, and you know, so
we don't even know how traits are passed down by Kryptonian to Kryptonian. Right. So, and who cares?
There are black Kryptonians, so there's a precedent in the comics going back years.
Yeah, of course. But what I don't like about it, what I don't like about all that is like Superman's a dude. He's like a guy. He's Clark Kent. He's this guy.
Right.
He is what he is. Now, our world, you can go to Icon, you can go to the Milestone character, you can do whatever the fuck you want. But in our world, we live in a world right now where people want to take foundational members of our pop culture, and change them
and rewrite them. Well, I agree with you.
And I'm like, that's fine, but that means they're not those. What you want to do is turn Superman into somebody that marginalized people of color can relate to. I'm like, okay, but Superman was designed. He'll plug into wherever you want him to go. He'll plug into that. Superman is not like some white supremacist, nor is he talking about, well, you have to go to college. He's Superman. And if you choose to, write your Native American Superman story. No one will stop you. Well, there's nobody. And by the way, I would love to read that story.
Agreed. Well, another thing, too, is, and actually, again, it's happening in the current DC universe. They have that other history of the DC universe that John Ridley's writing.
Yeah.
And you know, and I'll also dovetail this into the TV series. Black Lightning is a great character, and one that I always say that if it hadn't been for the amazing Black Panther movie, we'd be focusing a lot more on the Black Lightning TV series because it's a great show.
Yes.
And William Kress absolutely is killing it as Jefferson Pierce. And John Ridley's real study of Black Lightning in that other history of the DC universe shows the exact kind of spirit you want in a Superman as an ideal. And it comes through in Black Lightning.
No, 100%. I mean, absolutely. And it drives me nuts that we live in a world where haven't you read books like when you were kids? Don't you understand what good stories are? Yeah. Why are you continuing to do this? Oh, wait, money. Okay, fine. I get it. So Ron C. says, Rob, one film I love and care for, I don't mind a remake, is Gloria by John Cassavetes.
Oh, sure.
That movie fucking rules, by the way. I love it.
I never saw the Sharon Stone remake because they did remake it with Sharon
Stone. Oh, yeah, I didn't either. I mean, Gloria is great. And John Cassavetes, for those of you who don't know, John Cassavetes is a great actor. He's in Rosemary's Baby and The Fury and all that. But he was also a maverick indie director.
Yep.
And he directed all, like, Woman on the Verge of a Nervous Breakdown and, what was that? Almodovar.
The something of a Chinese bookie. I forget the title.
Yes, that's him too. I mean, he was an amazing indie film director.
And a wingman to Peter Falk and Ben Gazzara, and they made incredible projects together. In fact, one of the best Columbos is John Cassavetes as the concert conductor that's a bad guy and the villain. And it's a great Columbo matchup.
No, totally great stuff. I mean, amazing.
Love Cassavetes, yeah.
And Stubbing Shave says, Rob, you may be a bit drunk. Am I?
You're hanging in there, Rob. You look like you're getting a little sleepy.
You know what? I am.
A little bit. Like,
hang on. All right.
Almost like you're dozing off, but you're hanging in there.
It is 3 in the... By the way, this is now the longest episode of Midnight Metal ever.
I was hoping that would happen, Rob.
It's
Rob, you may be a bit drunk, but it's not like Moonraker and Ripped with Rob. I was one of the few who saw that. Well, Stubble, yes, you've been here for a long. Stubble Shave is a Swedish guy who I love. If he was in America, he'd be one of my best friends. He loves the Wheel of Time series. He's great. And love the guy. Zach Losel sends in a super chat and says, Shalom, Rob. I was going to say, I can't even speak Hebrew. Anyway, so Zach says, Shalom, Rob, John, and guest. Falcon and Winter Soldier, Invincible, Mortal Kombat. What a Friday it has been. Got my whiskey, feeling the metal. Well, Zach, let me ask you both. Nick, John, what kind of world are we living in? Is it not amazing?
Yes.
It's the best times to be a nerd, absolutely.
But is it fucking metal? Come on, John. Say it's fucking metal. Come on.
Metal.
Fuck yeah.
It is fucking metal. And I'm actually trying a new whiskey tonight called Virginia Black.
Lovely.
And I literally bought this literally because this bottle is total 80s.
Yeah, but it's half empty, man.
A bartender here. Absolutely, man. That's great.
I mean, it looks like it would be on like the liquor cabinet in some 80s movie with some hoity-toity, rich people or something.
Oh, sure.
And it came in like a black, like suede
I wish
box.
hoity-toity rich people watch my channel because I need like $400,000 to remaster Free Enterprise, please. You can be an executive producer of the main credits. Come on,
we need to get that campaign going, Rob, and start.
I can't look. All I need to do is I have to buy the original negative. That would be the first thing, and I'd have to call my.
Well, how much does that cost?
$150,000.
But Rob, I mean, are you honestly? I'm really happy that the channel's going as well as it is.
Yeah.
And that truly, you're really providing amazing entertainment just doing this. But are you making money that you can sock away to?
No, not yet. I mean, I'm you know.
He's not on that John Campia.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, I mean, or Gary Beekler. I mean,
or Gary's probably making twice what Campia's making.
I look at and by the way, I love Gary Beekler.
Oh,
you know why?
He's awesome.
He's a fan. He loves the shit, and like,
I have his personal cell phone number in my phone.
He's
awesome. A super cool guy.
Super cool, and I part of the great continuum. Like, I feel that the last year has been tremendous in terms of being part of the. I feel like the Ferengi, the great river of profit, or some such thing. I mean,
Angus.
Yeah, meeting people and streaming with them. It's been great. It's been great. Yeah. And I look at people like Gary. Like, I watched Gary before I was on YouTube, and Az. Like, it's so funny when I stream with Az. He tells me, he's like, I loved your Netflix show. I'm like, oh, thanks, man. And I'm thinking, I can't believe I'm streaming with you. And and he's like, you have a show that's on Netflix. He doesn't say that. And I don't go like, hey, look at my show. I'm like, I just worked on. To me, work's work. You just work on a bunch of shit. Yeah. It's fine. It doesn't matter what it is. But
that's Dota, right, Rob? That's the
Dota Dragon's Blood.
I got it on my watch list on Netflix.
I worked on that for 2 years. And
nobody
it's like
knew.
It's done and it's cool. It's cool, but you make what's funny is there's a lot of people that get into movies and they think, oh, I've made a movie. It's great. It's going to festivals, and my life will change. No, it won't. Your movie goes out into the world, and you will never know where it goes, and you're done. Yeah. Maybe you'll get something else off the ground, but maybe not. I don't know.
Yeah, but again, Rob, the great thing is, and truly, I've experienced the same thing, and that's why I'm really glad Nick's doing it with his documentaries and stuff. Again, don't wait for the jobs to come to you. Yeah. And we're making our own shit, and it's fantastic, and it is so liberating. At the end of the fall, iHeartRadio in Chicago started to do what CBS did in our market and other markets too, and bring in local traffic reporting, which was the last job I had with CBS Radio, and the last job I thought I'd ever want to do in broadcast. Yeah. Actually, it was fun, but it was fun, and it was like, do I want to try out for iHeartRadio doing traffic reporting? And I'm like, no, I didn't get into broadcasting to be a traffic reporter.
Yeah, no.
I got into to do interviews and be a talk show host. Yeah. And I'm doing that with Word Balloon.
Yep.
So it's like, I believe in what I'm doing, and I'm like, all right, I'm going to put the full effort in that, and it's working. Thank God.
Can I just say that for those of you who don't know, John Siuntres has the Word Balloon podcast, which is one of the great pop culture podcasts in the world. So go find him, seek him out, listen to his shows.
John, is it on YouTube or is it on?
Yeah, if you look up Word, if you search, you'll find my video channel there. And I'm a piker compared to you guys. I only have 2,700 subscribers, but occasionally, like I had Joe Henderson on, the showrunner from Lucifer, and that went viral, and we got a lot of coverage from our conversation in particular on that one. And again, I mean, I've been a staple of audio for 15 years. I started in 2005, but I really started putting the full effort into YouTube only a year ago.
Yeah, but
we just find you. I just subbed to you.
Oh, thanks, man.
People will find you.
Your page up, and I sub to you.
Awesome.
We got to talk. You're gonna have to come on.
Yeah, absolutely.
Go ahead, Rob. Excuse me. We're taking over the show.
Fuck no. I mean, this is what this is. Look, the whole reason, the raison d'être of YouTube is to meet and converse and find people. And for me, look, I have been taken in. Like Andre and Tom and Rob and Mecha Random and everybody at Midnight's Edge, I love their shows. Yeah, and it was so funny to me because I never thought I would be on them or talk to these people. Like I watch their shit and I'm like, Midnight, and Before knowing Rob, I would listen to the dulcet tones of his voice, and I'm like, I love these people. Whether they're accurate or not, I mean, they're digging in, and their videos are good, and I'm like,
yeah, it's entertaining.
And then, but like now, it's so funny. Like Tom, he's so good. He doesn't know. Like for me, they're like, well, you worked in Hollywood and all this. I'm like, yeah, but it's fine. I'm just a fan. When they send me, when Midnight says, when Tom's like, here, join our chat, I'm like, oh my god, I'm in the Midnight chat. Oh my god, like I'm like nerding out, like fanboying out. I'm like, oh my, I hope I speak well. Like I don't know, it's great. And this is like the world we live in.
And in our defense, we've brought you on some pretty good live streams, Rob.
Dude,
some pretty cool
people. And Nick, no, like Echo Base.
I've heard him talk about your channel.
And here's the thing. What I mean ultimately is that, like your channel, Midnight, and I feel unbelievably privileged that I'm part of a network of people that are fans, that are intellects, and don't we all just want great stuff?
Yeah,
absolutely.
Like we just want great things to happen.
Well, what I like about the Midnight Edge guys and Rob as well, and Rob and I think have talked about this off the air and stuff, and I won't name names, but there are certain YouTubers that really do feel entitled. And like when Galaxy's Edge came out, they were really pissed off that they weren't on the list of media people. And it's like, folks,
I don't know who you're talking about, John. No idea.
Yeah, I know. I can't imagine what I'm talking about, Rob. But it really did infuriate me and frankly drove me away from their channels simply because I didn't, I'm like, I don't know why you guys feel so that you would be invited to the party. It's like, I don't know. You don't expect anything. Just trust in yourself, the content that you make. And find it. Buy a ticket to Galaxy's Edge. I mean,
look, I say on my channel, it's not show friends, it's show business. Right. And you don't get what you deserve. You get what you negotiate.
Right. And don't be,
and everyone who gets to go anywhere, there's some kind of negotiation. Something is going on.
And it's likely that goddamn, I remember when Pearl Harbor came out and the amount of money to fly press to Hawaii and do nothing but gush about Pearl Harbor. And, Christ, thank God there were enough critics out there that are like, hey, I'll take the trip to Hawaii, but just so you know what's going on. And it's so funny, Rob, because I remember when people were being invited to go behind the scenes for the Justice League movie as it was being made.
Yeah.
And all the glowing blowjobs we got for that fucking movie. And good, I'm glad you're laughing, Nick. Because really, and that's another thing, and we don't have to go into detail, but truly, Rob, I love that you enjoyed the Snyder cut, and I appreciated Snyder's ability to get his vision on screen.
Yep,
it's better mess than what we got in the theaters. But I gotta be honest, I'm okay. I just saw the Midnight Edge guys do their editorial about how Warner doesn't want the Snyder cut to continue and stuff, but AT&T does. I think that's a fascinating discussion. I'm kind of done with the Snyder stuff. I got to be honest.
Yeah, look, I agree with you. What's funny to me is like all the people that support Zack Snyder. He's got a huge project dropping on Netflix next month. It's not the DC universe, but it's Army of the Dead. It's a huge thing.
Sure.
It's a franchise. It's a movie. It's a prequel series and an animated series.
Totally.
Netflix is all in as far as Zack Snyder is concerned. The idea that you want him to come back, it's over. Like that. It's done. There is the fact that Jason Momoa is still Iron Man and Gal Gadot is still Wonder Woman. That is the extension of the Snyderverse.
Right. Agreed.
It's amazing. The whole thing is an epic win. And what I don't like is that fans are like, why are we talking about restore the Snyderverse? It was restored. It's done. Why aren't you going to Netflix and watching Army of the Dead, his new thing? That's what he wants. That's what he needs. If you support Zack Snyder, go see his next work. Don't The Snyder Cut is a revision of history that was amazing. It's done. It's over. Forget it. We're done. There's no more. Don't go watch Army of the Dead. Support him there. It's crazy. I mean, fans, the fandom had the greatest victory in the history of fandom. The Snyder Cut, 4 hours, $70 million. We won.
I fell asleep my first watch through.
I'm just saying, like, from a fan perspective, it was an epic win. We won.
100%.
Whether you like it or not, it was a win. And now they're like restoring the Snyderverse. I'm like, what? Give me a break. We already had Aquaman, $1 billion with Zack Snyder's Jason Momoa. Wonder Woman, 2 movies. How many, like, whatever. We're getting The Flash, Ezra Miller, with Ben Affleck and Michael Keaton. We fucking win. We're winning. We are winning. Why are you complaining? My God.
Yeah, I'm not on that train. I'm on the George Lucas sequel trilogy train.
Yeah. Well, gentlemen, look. I must go to bed.
Yeah, you poor guy.
And by the way,
I can tell you're struggling over there, Rob. It's not very metal of you that you're struggling over there.
I've been on online. It is 3:49. This show has been on since 11:50. We are almost
5:49.
We are 4 hours in, and I know it's not fucking metal, but let me tell you what's metal. Sleep is metal. I have a beautiful girlfriend with big boobs, and I can go like curl up next to her and like put my arms around her breast.
You'll be asleep before your head hits the pillow.
Yeah.
He loves you, Elizabeth. Don't worry.
Oh, she knows. And I'm just saying, you know what's metal? Calling it. Like finally going to bed because God damn it, I must end. But by the way, John, where do people find you on the great? I always say the great Word Balloon podcast. But John, tell everyone where can they find you.
Well, go to my YouTube channel. It's under Word Balloon. It's become a video first product where I'll do live interviews with my guests, and then usually a day or two later, I put out the audio, which is on the Spreaker network. And if you go to Spreaker.com/Word Balloon Podcast, you'll find me there. And been doing it for 15 years. I'm coming on 16 May 10th. And I have a feeling that this very broadcast, with the agreement of Rob, I will make a Word Balloon audio out of this as well.
Fuck yeah, you will, because it's fucking metal, dude. Fucking metal. Now,
Metal
Nick,
Word Balloon Podcast.
There you go. Now, Nick, Echo Base Network, where can people find you?
We are on YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram. We're all over the place. If you type in Echo Base Network on Google, you'll find us on there. But yeah, we got some huge things going on behind the scenes that are coming up. I've talked to Rob about them behind the scenes. He knows what I'm talking about. That are being worked on. So yeah, definitely tune in and stay tuned because the things that we're working on is literally probably going to be the biggest things that's ever happened in a Fandom Menace channel.
Well, that's fantastic.
History.
Wow.
Congratulations.
Now, I just want to say, like, I've got a few more super chats. Stubble McShave says, Rob, you may be a bit drunk. Really? You may be a bit drunk. And it's not Moonraker. And Rip with Rob, I was one of the few who saw that. Well, yes, you were. Oh, wait. Well, I've done all this. Zach says, Shalom, Rob. Yeah, I'm done. I'm so drunk. Let me just say, I want to thank my moderators. I want to thank the entire Post-Geek Singularity community.
Hail the Richard.
Well, the Richard, thank you all. Bunyan Snipe is here. All of my great moderators. I want to thank you, John Siuntres from the Word Balloon podcast, and you, Nick, from Echo Base Network. You guys are here. Thank you for making this channel amazing, even at 4 a.m. Pacific time. My God, I was talking about if anyone doubted that this channel was not fucking metal, I would say that we're at 4 a.m. Pacific time. Like this. It's been a 4-hour stream, you guys.
Yeah.
My God, in a world where unbelievable fans like yourselves are the only people that stand between Earth and... You know what? No one wrote this for me, so I have nothing. I don't know, but for a minute there, I was like, "Oh my God!"
We were hanging on every word,
like,
Rob.
I know, like
I was like, oh, what is it? What is it?
I lost that.
What's
Like
coming
I nothing. Like, see, I can sit there and go,
Good stuff, son.
in a world where 4 people on YouTube can change the planet Earth, but they don't realize that the person they're on with is a monumental douchebag. That would be me. Monumental douchebag. Oh,
that would be us.
Oh, yeah, I'm just,
I'm speaking for Coach too, by the way.
Oh my God. Well, I don't know what to say. I want to thank you both for being here. Nick, thanks for coming on. And John Siuntres, by the way, I always say this, I've said it a million times, but the Word Balloon podcast that I've been on for like half a decade, more than half a decade. Thank you for having me on. John Siuntres has done some of the great pop culture interviews. Like, subscribe, find him.
Not
John,
hard. Like Nick said, just Google us. We're Word Balloons there, and we're there for you. Rob, honestly, thank you for 6 years of great entertainment with me and as a viewer as well. I'm so glad that Robservations is doing as well as it is, and continued success, as I tell you each time I speak to you on my show.
It's true, and I thank you for that. And by the way, Black Panther Roselle, New Jersey, sends in a super chat and says, Rob, been a fan. Your channel is great, but I just saw your live from 419, and I'm so happy to hear what you said about the Black experience in America. Thank you for that support. You're cool as fuck. Thank you. Well, God, Black Panther, Rosalie, New Jersey. Look, here. Thank you, by the way, for saying that. And look, my whole raison d'etre, the very basis of this channel is, I believe that there is one race on Earth, the human race. That's it. And we might have differences based on our regional origins, but ultimately, I believe in, like, when we go to the stars, it's everybody. We're one race, and we haven't quite figured that out yet as a planet. One day we will. Because aliens will come and they will exterminate us, and they won't care what color. We'll be like, well, wait a minute, those people are black or yellow or black. The aliens won't care. They'll just kill us all. And if you buy into that, and I do, when the extraterrestrials come, only the human race will win. Like a united... when the aliens come and they start to kill us all, they don't care what color we are.
Nope. Or what gender we are.
Nope. They don't care. And you know what? By the way, my brothers and sisters who are trans or LGBTQ, I'm right there with you. I will fight for you to the death. But when the aliens come,
they ain't gonna care.
There's not a you can't. You'll die. Like all of us will die. We will be mired in identity politics as the aliens are like, shut the fuck up. Done. Yeah.
Or they'll enslave us in their salt mines for eternity.
Yeah, and
I'm locked and loaded over here in Alabama.
Yeah,
I ain't going down without a fight.
They will turn your guns into like liquid metal. It's for me. What I find so crazy is like, we're all in this together. Why aren't we working together? Let's all work together. Let's make some cool shit.
Here.
Like, wouldn't it be better? Like, you know what? You watch a movie like Witness about the Amish community. Harrison Ford comes in as a cop, but when they decide, like, someone needs a barn, they have a whole, like, a Maurice Jarre scored scene where all the people come together and build a barn. I'm like, that's America. We should be building barns every day. Why don't we do that all the time? Wouldn't that be great? But that's what our country's based on. Like, here's a funny thing. When I was a kid, like, someone comes over and goes, oh man, I don't know how to build a fire. I'm just an example. Can you help me? I'm like, well, do you have Ohio blue tip matches? Yes. Great. I'm a pyromaniac. Bring me to your house. You know, I mean, what I don't understand is aren't we all together? Like, aren't we all friends? Like, let's just make cool shit. Echo Base Network. You guys conjured out a documentary out of nothing, and now you're making your second one.
And we are nobodies. We have no film experience, no documentary experience. We have no experience at all. We are literally two douchebags on YouTube.
No, don't think that way. You guys are now documentary filmmakers.
Yeah, documentary.
You're not douchebags.
We are now. We are now.
But like everyone else, who is nothing until they made something. You guys are ahead of the curve. You made a By the way, it's really good.
The people who make and please, Nick, this is not a reflection of the quality of your film, but I always love the people that like make fun of Ed Wood, and it's like Ed Wood got 4 movies made. Got 4 movies made. What did you make? What have you done?
Yeah,
and it's the truth. I mean, no, man, it's like, and that's Rudy Ray Moore with
Dolomite.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing, man, and that's the crap. But again, God bless them for believing in what they're doing and making it happen. And an audience came, and truly, I look forward to watching your stuff, Nick. And I have a feeling I'll be bugging you to come on a word balloon, and we'll talk about it.
You know, your sequel trilogy, the sequel trilogy doc is really good. It's very engaging, very interesting. People, well, I hate the sequel trilogy, but
and Rob has some great takes in that documentary that he's did for us. Some great takes. Great takes.
Well, listen, I need to go. I need to go.
Yeah, he's got to go to bed, the poor guy. I know, Rob.
First of all, I want to, Nick, thank you. I want to say, John Siuntres from the Word Balloon podcast, thank you guys so much for being here. I mean, Nick, I didn't know you. What I love is the random nature of, hey, let me send a link out. I don't know who's going to show up. It's great.
Yeah.
And
Nick.
Well,
yeah. I am all over the place. And the Richard, he just brought something up in the chat that's also metal. Mark Hamill did retweet one of our Star Wars videos.
Yeah.
Hey, that's awesome.
And it was a message to Disney, and the fact that he retweeted that specific video where we were kind of taking a jab at Disney saying, look, this is what the fans want. The sequel trilogy sucks. This is the Luke Skywalker we want. The fact that Mark Hamill retweeted that, that says a lot, man.
High praise, man.
That's metal.
Well, it is metal. Right. Well, I want to say thank you to both of you guys, and John. It was so great to stream with you.
Always a pleasure, buddy.
And I must go to bed, and so should you, John. It's like the sun's coming up.
Me and Nick, yeah, exactly.
We're on the same time.
Well, you and Nick.
It's already up. Yes.
Okay, yes, I don't want to be responsible for like anything else. I'm gonna go away, go to bed, and even though the dogs wake me up at 8 a.m, which is like 4 hours from now, I will say thank you to both of you. I'll be back tomorrow with Dave Parker, more Midnight Metal, but I want to thank you guys for making this is a great show. Thanks, buddy.
Real quick before we bounce out, Rob, did you get my message about tomorrow night?
Probably, but yes, sure. I'm in. I'm in. Whatever you said, yes, I'm in.
So Coach has his office tore down, and I have no nobody do our Saturday night stream with me, so I shot you a message and was like,
Fuck
"Hey, if
yeah,
you're free
count
and
me
want
in.
to co-host with me on Neko Base on Saturday night at
Yes.
7:00 Central, which is 5:00 your time."
All right. Yes, I'll do my show at 2:30. Get off at 4:30. I am in.
Awesome.
I'm there.
Awesome.
That's the way to do it. Yes. Fuck yeah.
Hell yeah.
But you. I mean, I'll have to wake up tomorrow and go, what did I say? Yes, I'm in.
I mean, Rob, where you at? What the fuck are you talking about, dude? Who are you again?
5:00 tomorrow morning. Tomorrow night. Yes, I'm in.
Tomorrow afternoon your time.
And Midnight Metal with Dave Parker tomorrow. John Siuntres, what a great guest. Thank you for being here. Nick. I mean, and I want to thank all the people. You're all awesome. I must go to bed now. Thank you all. I will say goodbye.
Cheers.
Thank you for my moderating staff. I mean, the Richard's here. I don't even know who else is here. I mean, the Richard, by God, thank you for being here tonight. I have moderators even at 4:00 in the morning. Thank you very much. Oh, my God. And on that note, Nick, John, I must go. And I'm going to leave you behind. Everyone, every person you meet has a story to tell that you have yet to hear. And all you have to do... Oh, wait, hang on. All you have to do is listen. Thank you to my moderators. Thank you to everyone who has watched this channel. Thank you for your support, tips, super chats. Please go, if you want to send me letters, you can, to the Burnettwork.net. And I will say, like I said, every person you meet has a story to tell. You have yet to hear. All you have to do is listen, and I must go to bed. Thank you for being here. And I